and love. So just down the hill from here towards the river used to be Swan Hunters, which was the greatest shipbuilding empire in the world. And the capital of shipbuilding was just down the coast in Sunderland, and they created aircraft shipyards that were enormous, and they used to create these huge Ark Royal ships and these huge ships that went all around the world. And also underground, and this is very important to me and part of my heritage, when I was a child, every man in my family that I knew as a child worked underground, deep underground in the coal mines. There was a saying about bringing coals to Newcastle. The northeast was famous for producing coal from deep underground. My dad's coal mine pit was at Seaham, and it was deep underground and then about 2 miles out under the sea. And my dad used to say it was a horrible, horrible job, but he loved it, and he was passionate about it, and he really cared for it. Now, my background, my dad used to say, "You're not going down the pit, you're not going down a coal mine, it's too horrible a job. So you'll have to do something else." So I did do something else. So my story in short, currently I host events, I coach people when it comes to public speaking, and before that I worked for 15 years on the BBC, where I introduced and interviewed politicians, pop stars, Oscar winners, Olympians, business people, and normal human beings, who were my favorite people to interview. And I loved that job. Before that, I was a comedian for 25 years. I've been doing that. And before that, I was a monk in a monastery. That's not a joke. We've all got a backstory. And before that, I trained to be a priest. And before that, I was a boy. And growing up in the Northeast, very passionate, very proud of all of the stories my dad told me about Northeast heritage. I was so happy when the organisers told me that they put together a little gallery in the corner over there. And in that gallery are some of our greatest hits from years gone by. Now, I read a book a while ago. It's called The Devil in the White City, and I know we've got quite a few people in from America. And they used to host these huge expos. They still do, but I don't think they're anywhere near as exciting as they used to be 100 and odd years ago. Now, this book told the story of the 1893 Expo in Chicago. And at that one expo, they created a huge white city, and they unveiled lots of innovation. And at that one event, they unveiled the first electric car. Peanut butter was unveiled for the first time. The Ferris wheel was unveiled for the first time. The travelator, which became an escalator, was unveiled for the first time, all at that one event. And I was so impressed when I read that. And I reread the book. It was such an impactful book for me. And then I thought, hang on, that was 1893. Either side of 1893, here, in this little part of England, in this tiny part of Europe, either side of 1893, we unveiled Stephenson's rocket, the first steam locomotive, the first lifeboat, the first windscreen wiper, the first joystick, the first perspex, all here in the Northeast. We're very proud. We're very proud that you've joined us here tonight. Now, I'm bursting with pride, and I can't wait to get the speakers on to tell you what tonight is really all about. They are the experts. I'm an artist. We've got scientists and we've got business people to really give you the nuts and bolts tonight. But again, just to give you a proper welcome, I met Wutzano properly at the Northeast Business Awards, which are a big, lavish, fantastic event, and they did really well, rightly so, and they were so generous and so warm. They all came up to me afterwards and thanked me for hosting the evening. I, again, was just doing what I was doing tonight, just welcoming people and telling you who's won what. I wasn't one of the... I give out awards. I never win them. So that's a nice job to have, and I really enjoyed doing that. But this was quite unusual to have this company, this firm, who was so proud, but took time out to chat to me. And it was really nice. It was a great evening. And I want to play you the same video that was played that night. This is Mike from the Northern Echo, a Northeast newspaper. And this really stirred the emotions and really does encapsulate what the Northeast is all about. Play the video. Could you not hear that? I heard every word. Never mind. Technology tonight might let us down from time to time, but the robotics won't. I promise you that. It's going to be very exciting. We've got a live demonstration on stage, and we've got, as I say, people from all over the place who are going to be chatting to us. So first up, we've got someone who's going to talk about food and about fresh produce. This is Nigel Jenny from the Fresh Produce Consortium, and Nigel joined as CEO almost 20 years ago. Don't want to make you feel old, Nigel, but that's a good innings there. And he's going to talk about some key themes, the impact that Brexit had, labour shortages, climate change, and the potential of robotics, automation, new tech as solutions. So, this is the title of Nigel's speech, Navigating the Furrows, Current UK Horticultural Industry Challenges and the Dawn of Tech Solutions. If you will, Nigel Jenny. Thank you.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Alfie, thank you for that very kind introduction. I've now just been told I'm very old publicly, so thank you once again. Right, okay, so pleasure to be back north, although Alfie would tell me I'm a southerner because I'm from Yorkshire, but I'm delighted to be here. Look, from my point of view, my interest, my passion is horticulture. It's food. I've worked from a young lad through working for major multiple food companies such as Heinz, being MD of various produce businesses, and now I'm privileged to represent the Industries Trade Association, which is across the sector, UK growers, packers, distributors, retailers, and it's dynamic around the world. So in other words, wherever your food or fresh produce comes from, including flowers and plants, we have members that grow, pack, and passionately distribute that from somewhere in the world for us all to enjoy. So from a horticulture point of view, I think Alfie was talking about his passion about what his parents did. From a mining point of view, well, we should all be passionate about where our food comes from and our horticultural and agricultural sectors. We employ a significant number of people, especially, just realised I haven't changed this, did I? Particularly from a rural workforce point of view, and ultimately we do one simple thing that you all do every day. We provide the food you eat as to the highest possible standard for the price hopefully you can all afford in these challenging times. But at the same time, it is a sector that is under some huge challenges as we speak. And it's a diverse sector. You see big national brands where you may buy your food and or consume, such as various major brands, but in reality, 97% of the UK's food industry is SMEs, so they are businesses employing a modest number of people and with modest turnovers in relative terms. But that manages everything from the nurturing of that crop in the field or in the glasshouse or some other environment to the harvesting, packing and distributing. So it's a highly complex, highly driven sector that's all about efficiency, all about least cost, primarily because of the perishability of the products that we market and the margins that we have to operate in. Here is an interesting thought for you. You've all arrived today with whatever family backgrounds and working backgrounds that you may have. Other than possibly yourself as individuals at the moment, just a quick show of hands. How many other people do you know? Do you know anyone else that perhaps works in the food industry? Not that many of you. Maybe let me put that in context. 1% of the world's population produces all the food that we consume. So we are, but look, it is a changing landscape. There's all sorts of contributor. My ability to find labor, my cost of packaging, my cost of energy, my cost of diesel, anything and everything has moved just like it has for you as individual householders. So we do have to find effective solutions sooner rather than later. And if I give you some other general stats, is from our food industry, and this is, I'm talking about fresh produce, in other words, fruit and vegetables at the moment, 35% of everything we consume is grown in the UK. So by default, 65% is grown somewhere else in the world. Roughly half of that is in Europe and half from the rest of the world. So our food supply comes roughly from 190 countries annually. From a Brexit point of view, I'm not going to labour on this. Look, frankly, that makes it so, as an importer and as an exporter, it just makes the businesses' lives far more complicated, far more expensive, and we still need to find some effective challenges with that. But as a passionate industry, you will all be aware of perhaps which favourite retailer you may go and buy your fresh produce in, for example, or actually your independent retailer, or perhaps, as we hear this evening, your local restaurant, cafe, or hotel. There is a fantastic industry within our sector, which is the wholesale and food service sector, that doesn't supply the food that you would buy from a major retailer, but does supply all those other outlets. And they're often the forgotten middle. They provide around 35% of all of our fresh produce and distribute it to some of the favourite venues you go to on a regular basis. So please support them. If you weren't aware of them, let's say you are now. So from an industry point of view, we've got some fairly serious challenges. No surprise there. But we have to find ways of strengthening our food industry and our ability to offer great quality food at prices we can all afford, and at the same time do that in a sustainable and responsible manner, both for the planet and ourselves. But at the same time, we need to have an open mindset of where we can as an industry and as consumers trade. As a sector, we want to import for the reasons I've just explained, and I should just emphasise, there's a reason why we import that amount of food. That has not materially changed in relative terms for generations. However, there is one difference, let's say, compared with me to my, no matter how old I am, Alfie, to my grandfather's generation. We have a very different outlook on the types of range of food that we now want to consume, if nothing else from going on holidays, and we're a much broader nation, which is fantastic. So that brings a different expectation of what we all want to consume on a daily basis, and at the same time, many of those things, although we're enjoying some fantastic weather here this week, that is driven broadly by our climate. We can grow what we can grow due to our climate, although we can grow in glass houses and we can grow in other technology, which I'll come on to. So, Challenges point of view, what am I going to do next? I'm facing a plethora of cost increases. Where does my labour come from? Where does that, not just my labour come from, where do I find that quality of labour that I need to nurture, grow and pack my produce on a daily basis? If I can't find enough people, if I can't find enough capable people, my productivity and my efficiency might both decline and my costs increase rapidly. So it's a vicious circle. But remember, we as humans are pretty smart people. Within the environments that I'm talking about, those hard-working, dedicated people are making decisions simultaneously, both with their hands and their eyes, to do many things all at the same time. So to have technology do that for us is a real challenge, but it is possible. So I suppose the challenge really is, as I've been a pretty doom and gloom merchant at the moment, if and where will our food come from in the future, and how will it be grown? You'll probably see it in the national press and your local newspapers, something called vertical farming. That's a relatively new technique where we're actually growing food indoors using not natural light, using energy, using specific light facilities and using automation to grow certain foods very effectively, potentially with less impact on the planet and potentially considerably less water consumption as well. So there are opportunities, but it does mean a radical change perhaps in some aspects of how we how we produce our food in the future. I'm not saying what we do now will not continue. That will continue in various guises, but adopting radically different technology that we may not have used to date. So, from an automation point of view, what are we really saying is, without question, it is about robotics, it is about general automation, it is about AI and lots of other developing technologies we need today, not tomorrow. We cannot wait for years for this technology to be available. As an industry, we need something sooner rather than later if we are to continue to offer great food and affordable food that we all want to pay. But let me do another quick survey, and there's no right or wrong answer here. If I said to you, put your hand up, I'll give you 3 questions really. On a weekly basis, what do you think the average family of 4 spends on fresh produce, so fruit and vegetables? Is it less than £5, £5 to £10, or £10 and above? So let's go for, who says £10 and above at the moment? Probably, trying to see in the lights, probably the majority of you. So let's go to the other extreme. Anybody saying £5 or less? I think I can see 2 or 3, through the lights I can see 2 or 3 brave people. Well, congratulations, get yourself a drink when you go out. You are correct. Based on government statistics, the average family of 4 spends £4.85 a week on fresh produce. So whilst as an industry we'd love that to be much higher, you can also see why it's tough for the industry to be highly profitable, then innovative, to invest in the types of technology that we're beginning to talk about. So, in essence, what do we need from our future? Well, we need our future today, frankly, and we need it urgently, but we need a fundamentally transformative approach to what we do, how we do it, the technology that we adopt, and actually, this technology must actually remove lots of the, frankly, hard grind, hard graft that we do as individuals at the moment, actually, and use technology to best effect, but it can be much more sophisticated than that. So at the same time, this technology could not only produce great quality food, it may produce food much more sustainably, much more efficiently, and perhaps, depending on the cost of it, may actually have an impact on the food prices that we all enjoy as well. So, just throw this one in just to be a bit mischievous, because I know that what's on the team will respond to this at some point, is, look, as a grower, as a packer, I've got an awful lot of choices. I need this new technology to do many, many things for me. this is what I think it needs to do, and these are only a few. However, what we're finding as an organisation is often what the aspirations of the grower is versus the aspirations of the technical provider are just never met. So there's a huge disparity between the two because there's a miscommunication. So in reality, it's a very complex process to define what is required to provide the solution, and at the same time, as the average UK packer of a range of fresh produce, I could be packing 30, 40, 50, 60 and more different product lines for different customers every day. And I can't have 50 production lines all working 2 hours a day. It's simply not affordable. So that flexibility is essential at the same time. And for many in our sector, which some are overcoming, which is fantastic, is that fear of making the wrong decision. I spent years building up a war chest in my modest profitability. I can only spend it once. And if I get it wrong, what happens? If I go in and buy the technology today, as technology is changing rapidly, will my competitor down the road wait for version 5 and is even more efficient than me now? So we have to find a way of being flexible of how that technology is funded and how it's managed with individual businesses. And at the same time, I think we need some trusted advice that both the industry and the provider can accept and we can move us forward. So in reality, what am I saying? There is a huge opportunity for our industry to adopt and encourage the technology that we're about to see working fantastically later on. So you can read that, you can see my points in terms of the challenges and the opportunities. But what we do need to do, and I can't stress strongly enough, the technology does need to be flexible and affordable both now and in the future, but that timetable, depending on what my challenges and my problems are, may not be available today, and if it's not available in a relatively short period of time, the industry begins to have an ongoing major challenge about where does my workforce come from. For example, the unemployment in the UK, thankfully for many people, is very low at the moment. But within our sector, we are constantly 15 to 20% on a weekly basis short of labour. So we have to find that solution. So I think the writing's on the wall to a point here is, you look a few years ago, international spending on robotics was several million, but significant. It's predicted to grow rapidly. So that is a trend of perhaps how our food systems and many other systems will radically change. But from a UK government point of view, we don't just need funding to support those that have got the innovation to develop the technology. We need funding to actually support businesses to adopt and implement that technology. And by one simple example, there is what is called the Fruit Vegetable Aid Scheme that is only available to cooperatives, and that may not mean anything to you, but that's a very small group of growers in the UK. What we do need is that system to change, but possibly wouldn't change till 2026 to allow individual innovative businesses to actually access that funding directly themselves. So actually what I'm really saying is, as an industry, we are highly innovative, we always have been, but we want to take that leap much quicker, probably much sooner than many believe, and I have to say, possibly many in our industry believe, is that everyone knows they have to do it, but no one can always quite dare to decide when I'm going to jump. And in essence, what we need is a situation of that confidence to be able to do it. And let's just remind ourselves is, if I'm going to invest huge amounts of money to anybody, whether you're buying a new car or a new house, it's a material risk. Many of these companies have, a range of customers, and this is not being critical of the customers, but few have long-term contracts. So it is important, perhaps, as I mentioned earlier on, about as a nation, we all love a deal, we all love a bargain. Perhaps, though, in some respects, we've fallen out of love with our food and we simply don't value it enough, because good food does cost. Timetable we talked about, needs to be sooner rather than later, but at the same time, I think this new revolution, if that's what we want to call it, is, I hope, getting ever closer, because it is an essential part of our industry, and it's an essential part of both the UK's and the international food supply for the future. So look, I hope that's given you some encouragement about where I see the current situation and where I see the opportunities, because I know the Botswana team will share more information in a minute. And I've been privileged to see the equipment in action, and it is very, very impressive. So I don't think I need to convince you. I think you'll make your own minds up. But look, enjoy the rest of the evening, and thank you very much, Alfie, once again, for reminding me how old I actually am.
Fantastic, Nigel. Thank you very, very much. Lots of, pardon the pun, food for thought, but that really did have me raising my eyebrows throughout. So you will have a chance, by the way, to ask questions of any of our speakers tonight. We're going to have a little panel. It doesn't have to last too long, but sit on those questions, jot them down if you can, and you can ask the questions after we've heard all of the speeches, or demonstrations, which is what we've got next. What a guy this is, an inspirational. He's one of those people who, when you meet him, you think, I'm talking to you like I've known you for ages. He's very warm, very lovely, but very, very, I would say, very important to the North East. Dr. Atif Syed, Enterprise Fellow at Royal Academy of Engineering, and the CEO, the founder of the brilliant Wutsano. He's going to take us through the journey of how it was created. He's going to talk about his team. He won't just shine a light on himself. He very much wants the whole team to be involved in taking any plaudits for what you'll see tonight. He'll talk about safer working conditions for humans in high-risk environments, and the state-of-the-art robotic system will be unveiled now. And this is the title of the talk, Early Beginnings, Robots That Feel and Why Agriculture. Let's welcome Dr. Atif Syed.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Alfie. I'm humbled. I'm very much humbled. Thank you so much for the introduction. Thank you, everyone who have joined in, come from all sorts of the world, from the US, from Asia, from the rest of the country in the UK. Thank you for coming along and joining us in listening to what this region has to offer and what Wutsano as a company has to offer. I'll start off for a bit, and I think you guys have to go and see the gallery there. And one of the aspects of the Northeast, in the Northeastern region, and I've been adopted. My daughter Zoe is sitting somewhere in the audience. She was born and brought up. She's a proper Geordie, speaks in a Geordie accent. I don't have any of that. I moved from Edinburgh, started the company. We are a Scottish company. We only had our operations there for 6 months and moved everything to the northeast of England. And the biggest thing, what I've seen over the last 6 years I've been here in the Northeast, is that we don't tend to shout aloud about what we do. For example, you mentioned a lot of inventions the Northeast has come up with, including the light bulb. I don't know if anyone knows this, but light bulb was invented here, was perfected by Thomas Edison. Not perfected, was modified, and he was a good salesman. So we haven't been great in selling our products and selling what innovations we've done. We've relied on others to either sell it for us or sell it themselves. So part of this event, 12 months ago, we were sitting around and we were thinking, we need to do two things. One is we need to tell where our food comes from. And I think a lot of people, Nigel mentioned that in the start, a lot of people don't know, don't realize how food is produced, how food eventually comes to a retailer, eventually to your home. And the second is no one knows about the Northeast. Now, this is nothing to do with people out of the country, but even within the UK. And then when we got this event planned up, we had quite a few people who came and said, oh, let's hold it in London. It'll be easier to do that. And I said, no, we have to bring people here. And that was one part of this mission, that we want to make sure we showcase the region and showcase why we chose to be here. Now, with regards to the system, and we're going to show that in a minute, it's behind me. With regards to the system, in regards to the robotic system, we had few things in our mind. Now, when the company started off, it started off with a thing called an electronic skin. That was one of my inventions. It's the world's most fully compliant material, which can be fully stretched, bent, and gives robots the human feeling, the human intuition, which you and I have when we manipulate objects or pick objects. That's one of the inventions which I had. And then my second amazing contribution was getting a team together. Now, we got an issue in the fresh produce industry, and we, as in me and the rest of my team, didn't know post-harvest existed. So we also were all about harvest and food going directly to retailers. That's pretty much what we all thought. But when we realized what issues post-harvest had, and the fact that no one has managed to, A, solve the problem of manipulating fruit, packing and sorting and processing fruit for retailer specifications, and shipping them directly to consumers or even open market, we realized that there's a massive, massive issue, massive market. So we developed the system you'll see in a minute by not developing the system and pretty much going down that route and trying to sell the system to customers. We developed it the other way around, where we saw where the problems were, and we saw where existing robotic companies failed. Nigel, you mentioned about high cost and all the issues, the human cost parity, the human speed parity. You can have a robot which, if the robot is half the speed of a human being and doing the same job, then it's not affordable anymore. If it costs twice as much as a human being, it's not affordable anymore. There are all sorts of things which were already in existence, and we decided to go the other way around. So we developed the system. We got it for the packhouse industry, for the fresh produce industry, and we hope that with this technology, the industry can be more sustainable. Businesses can become and effectively have a peace of mind that they can continue at least for the next 12 months. And that's what we'd like this to be, because food is an important aspect where we all take it for granted. We don't realize, but until it's not there, that's when you realize that, oh, wait a minute, what's happening? And as a country, and what I've seen, we don't have a plan B. If today all packhouses, all producers, they stop doing businesses because not profitable anymore, they go out of business, they go into debt, we don't have a plan B. And I'm not exaggerating this. This is the reality. And I don't think any of us realize this. And we saw it, and we were like, yes, these are the things we need to solve. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you the robotic system, Alvarite. Looks beautiful, isn't it? It's a piece of art. What we're going to show you, or I'm going to show you in the next, for the rest of the few minutes, 45 minutes, is how the system is effectively does what a human being is supposed to do. It doesn't look like a human being. It's almost as tall as me. It almost takes about as much space as me. But it's not designed to look like a human being, but it's designed to do the job of a human being. Do all the laborious, monotonous, repetitive, frankly, quite boring jobs, which people don't want to do anymore. And even if you do want to do, it's very, from a health and safety perspective, doing that 8 hours or 7 hours repeatedly, consistently, it's quite difficult task to do. So I'm going to show you how this robot effectively does all of that and does it affordably. We've got these systems integrated into packhouses in the UK. We've recently gone into the US. We'll talk a lot about that throughout the rest of the evening. And I hope that you'll be able to appreciate a bit of how and why a technology like this is important for sustainability in the food industry. So what I've got here behind me is a robotic arm, robotic system, the vision system. There's a whole complex bit around the background of the robotic system. But there are other elements where when we developed a system, a robotic system as this, Alvarite, we didn't develop it for a particular fresh produce. We didn't say it's a table grapes picking robot or processing robot, one tomato or avocado. This is a fresh produce handling and processing robot, which means that the same robot and the same robotic system is able to snip, is able to pick and place, is able to do all sorts of manipulations and go beyond human capabilities in terms of estimating weights, understanding defects, all of that within a fraction of a second. And again, we'll go through that in a minute. So in terms of flexibility, it's one of the most flexible robotic systems out there in this industry. We're also going to show you never seen before and never commercially integrated before features today. We've got features of this already integrated into the field, but there are also other features which makes the whole line autonomous, increase productivity, production capacity, and flexibility. So producers and packers can pack different fruits at the same time, in the same day, no need for changeovers, no need for all sorts of complex, time-consuming tasks. And I'm almost pretty much removing that, all of those tasks remove and cut into your bottom line. And this robot enables you to do all of that. So I'm going to show you what the robot will be doing in a second. It's a demo or a demonstration of a robot understanding. This is the wine tomato. It's a cherry wine piccolo tomato. I'm very bad in the variety, but Nigel, don't look at me if I'm not saying it right. But yeah, it's a cherry wine or piccolo wine tomato. What the robot is doing, we've got a vision system here. In the background, we've developed our own machine learning models and combined that with neural networks and deep learning methods to enable this robot to understand in a fraction of a second, in real time, what the fruit is. It knows the variety of the fruit. It knows the variation of that fruit, because fruits don't look the same, or vegetable don't look the same. By the way, tomato, I'm not going to argue if it's a fruit or vegetable, but it's a fruit. So they all look different because they're organic material. Regardless of where this particular fruit or fresh produce was harvested, the same variety looks different on day 2 to day 4 to day 8. The same variety grown in UK nurseries to Spanish nurseries to elsewhere in the world looks different. So how do you make sure that a robot, if you just have logic, if you ask a robot to say, oh, that's a X variety piccolo tomato, wine tomato, or you want it to process for your favorite retailer. I'm not going to use name of retailers. I'm going to steal a bit from you about favorite retailer. How do you ask a robot to do that? It's a complex method. And even for human beings to do that, it's a quite a difficult thing to make sure that, oh, is it the same thing? Am I still looking at the same thing? So we have to implement deep learning in order to do this. So robot is able to see the fruit, understand what it is, understand the fruit is good, matches a retailer specification. So all your retailers have different specifications, and is then able to say, okay, well, I need to make up either remove issues with problem with the fruit, so if you have a defect, you remove the fruit, or do I need to make the size smaller so that I can wrap it up or flow wrap it or put it in a particular container, or you want to estimate the weight and make sure that you're packing the right weight to your customer. No one wants to give more fruit than what they're paid for, or vegetable. So you want to make sure that you're getting that value as low as possible, because in volume, that's a lot of money lost if you haven't been, if that produce has not been accounted for. So the robot looks at all of that in real time, and it's able to go and manipulate. So I'm going to put and say, snip out 60 gram of this wine tomato. And the point behind that is the robot looks at the fruit, understands what the fruit is, and it goes out and effectively says, you know what, I need to remove one of the wine tomato. Effectively, the rest of it is what it's supposed to be. So this is what it snipped out, without, again, bruising and damaging the fresh produce. So the point and stuff behind it. Do you want to do another demo? Yeah. Okay, great. We'll do another one. So the point behind this is that we'll be able to do the analysis, and we'll be able to do the analysis and process the fruit in real time, consistently, reliably, and repeatedly for a customer. So every time the fruit has been looked at, we've got data which looks at what the fruit is. So I said we're looking at 60. I think Ravi, who's the robotics engineer, by the way, I'm going to keep introducing everyone as they come in, and towards the end, I'm going to have a good introduction for all the guys behind the amazing product we've got. So I said we've got 60 gram around. Ravi's going to weigh it up, and you can sort of see it's about 74. So, and just to give you, just to put that in context, one of that tomato weighs about 10 to 12 grams. So the robot, within a fraction of a second, tells you what the weight is without you having to realize, without you having to weigh that. And that's really important, because you don't need to take the fruit. The robot doesn't need to go and put it on a weigh scale. It just uses vision. Kim, I'm going to ask later in the evening for you. I'm going to look for volunteers. I'm going to do a bit of a face-off with the robot. I'll ask you guys to estimate the weight and look at the fruit, and I'm going to count the time. We're going to count the time, and we'll do that with the robot, and we'll see who does it faster. And it's just to give you an understanding of how these tasks are actually difficult. And do that 8 hours or 9 hours, with an hour break in the middle, consistently. So just keeping that. It just gives everyone a bit of a context. The other aspect which I'm going to show you is we call it multi-snipping. And this is quite important if you've got different fruits, different specifications for the fruits. You need to make multiple snips, or you need to do multiple surgeries, as you want to call it, on the fruit before it's shipped to the retailers. And for something like that, you will need to be able to understand, and you'll be able to even look for different varieties and mix and match. So some retailers, they mix and match different fruits, like different varieties of fruits. And you need to be able to do that on a same line. You can't just say, okay, that one line does half of the punnet is filled by half of the fruit, and then you feed it back. It's, efficiency is key here. So this enables the robot to be able to understand which fruit it's looking at, and each of them have got different specifications. I've asked it to snip up to 120 gram, effectively. I've asked it to look at what it needs to do for the end punnet. So this is on a production line, it will be dynamically done here. We're feeding it in to give you guys a bit of a flavor of what the robot can do. But what happens is once you got on a production line, it'll be able to snip and then continue on for the end customer. Here I'm asking it to do a 120 gram punnet and make up the punnet with the 120 gram sort of variations of fruit. But it could be anything, in reality, that number comes in from what the robot is looking to pack, and it's a cyclic loop. So the fruit in the front, the robot in the front, which looks at the fruit, tells the first robot what to do, and if it's less, which happens, which may be like it's 10 gram less or 15 gram less, that robot communicates to this other buddy and says, oh, please feed another 10 or 15 gram. Can you put that in, because I'm missing that? And that happens in real time, no human intervention required. You do it consistently, repeatedly. And after the event, we can take it out and we can show you a lot more things and go into detail. So whilst it's doing the thing in terms of snipping, there's one aspect which I'd like to explain, and I think we'll go a bit more as well in a bit. You can see that robots, when you see industrial robots in industry, when you've got robots, palletizing robots, you may have seen it. You may have seen Delta robots moving things around. You may have seen even here in Sunderland, we've got Nissan factory. We build cars. Nissan builds a massive factory here for building all sorts of varieties of cars in the production side. They all use robots. Now, when you see those robots, those are massive robots, but more importantly, they're industrial robots. So you'll see that there's either a separation or there's a cage behind it. Now, you see how close I was standing to this robot in terms of understanding and realizing and working with it. They're absolutely safe. And we will again show you how these robots are very safe. The other thing was happening behind me, and I wanted this to be pretty much live. So the guys are right there behind me doing the change over to make the same robot. So we initially thought, do we have 5 robots or 4 robots sitting here and doing the things? Different things for different customers, or actually to show the flexibility of this robotic system, why not just make that change in real time whilst I'm talking to you guys, whilst these guys are able to make it, and they're moving that robot, and they're actually making the robot to go from a snipper to be able to pick from a tote or pick from a box. Now, if you're on a production line, what happens is you get all the fruits which are harvested, they come in, the start of the conveyor, and then someone either need to put it in, or someone needs to convey it to the robot. For fruits like these, you can't just tip it. So just to explain that a bit, if you got citrus-based fruits or apples, you can just tip it into the thing because they are relatively harder to get damaged. But if you put a wine tomato and grapes, which shatter, effectively, the moment you pick up the grape, you have all the grape falling off the wine. You can't put those in, and you can't just tip them in. You have to be able to place them in delicately. And so this particular feature of the robotic system is something we are now going to be offering to our existing customers to begin with, and then we'll be rolling this out to new customers who'll be getting this on. This feature is one of the newer additions. We've added this in to make the line even more autonomous. So production line even more autonomous, where there's very little intervention of human intervention required. You pretty much have got from the start to the end, when the punnet comes up fully packed, all of that is autonomous. So we're going to do a bit of a thing. So we got again, this is an example. The robot will be able to look at fruits. So that you can put the fruits in or vegetables in random orientation in a box. This is running at 30% the speed right now. We obviously, so if you think of it, once you guys finish this, you can come up, the guys can notch it up to the 100%, and you can see the actual speed. We just don't want to do it on a stage. So the point here is that you'll be able to pick consistently and put the fruit directly onto the conveyor. They can either be stacked together, which means you make up the weight in one go, or they could be conveyed one by one, which means once the fruit comes in, the snipper robot you just saw before will be able to look at issues, if it needs some defects, or if you need to be removing some varieties of fruits because it has mold, gray mold, progressive defects, diseases, we'll be able to remove them, and then we'll be able to pack it and snip it and get it to retail specification. So that's effectively where the process flow comes in. So, what's the word? Yeah, sorry. So I'm going to do and demonstrate a bit of the safety features of the robotic system. And what I mean by that is I'll ask one of you guys, and I can assure you, and I promise you, the robot won't hurt you, but I'll ask one or few of you, to come up, volunteer yourself. If you want to come up the stage, the robot will try to do its thing, and you stand next to the robot.
There's our first volunteer. You said before you loved him.
Yeah, two more, as many more. Michael, very brave, very brave.
Absolutely. And one
Stand-
more. This is a great chance. This is a lovely opportunity. Go for it. Brilliant. Another round of applause. Come on, this is great.
So here the point is, Doc Anand,
Yes.
how did you feel? Did it hurt you?
It was a bit resistive,
But did it hurt
but
you?
no, it didn't push me over.
Okay, great. that's the important point. Okay, Michael, do you want to stand in this way and just the point is that we want to showcase if a robot is doing its thing and you go out of your way. Generally, you shouldn't be doing it, but again, you have to make things pretty much fail-proof. Where if something can go wrong, will go wrong. If people can do something, they may do something and probably will do something. And if they do something and they do get hurt, that's not just the fact the person is hurt. There's a whole series of issues we want to avoid. So these are collaborative robots. So the whole point is that the robots are supposed to know what a person feels, a person is, where the person is supposed to be, and if the robot is continuing to do and you literally put your hand in front, it will stop. And it will even detect people around what it is. And at times it's actually quite intelligent as well, where it actually knows where, at points where people can almost on purpose trying to go out of its way to either stop the robot or disrupt its flow of operations. And it's able to do that. And it's able to record all that data as well. And that's actually quite useful because we do have instances where this information was pretty useful to understand what the robots were doing and to not only make our customers feel relaxed from their workers' perspective, but also to make sure that if there's some unexpected stoppages or people trying to sabotage the operation of the robots, which did happen in the very, very early days, which doesn't happen anymore. It's great. Everyone loves robots now. We are able to understand where that came from, and obviously, no one gets hurt, no one has been hurt. The robots have been in production for the past, 12 through to 16 months, and there hasn't been any injuries, there hasn't been any issues with regards to robots hitting a human being. Now, whilst the guys are going out and doing another change, so I don't know if anyone is counting how long it's taking. It's taking about 2 or 3 minutes in terms of for them to make a change. And I wanted to showcase this change because if you are a customer and you're packing products and you want to change from an apple to orange to table grapes to wine tomato to avocado, which I know all 5, it's quite hard for a company to do, but you may aspire to do that if you happen to be a pure pack house with no farm of your own, right? So if you're not growing anything, you may actually say, get whatever brings me money and whatever I can get at the best price. I want to get it in and take a contract from a favorite retailer. So if that happens to be the case, you want the flexibility to be able to change the tip without changing the entire robotic system, which by the way happens right now. So if you got an apple or a citrus sorting facility, they only do that. Like the whole system, you spend like 5 million, 10 million pounds to automate that with conveyor systems and stuff, but that's it. After 10 million, the entire line is set up for citrus. So if you ever want to go and do, oh, you know what? I think I'm getting a good price for wine tomato. and I want to be profitable as a business. You know what? I want to get in with these low prices and start supplying this, either on an ad hoc basis or maybe, be bold enough to bid for a contract. You can't do that because now you've spent 10 million on citrus, and if citrus happens to be low, the demand happens to be low, for whatever reason. We had issues with peppers this year, and a lot of our customers, they also pack peppers, so we actually knew about this a bit before the issue actually arose. But that's another thing. When peppers weren't producing well enough, and wine tomatoes and tomatoes, the nurseries couldn't be heated up. All the issues with energy, cost of increase of energy meant all the produce was not produced to meet up demand in the UK, and we had to go elsewhere to Spain, and eventually the Moroccans came and saved us for a bit, and then all sorts of things which I won't get into. But we keep hearing this, we understand what the issue is. So we wanted that flexibility to be in place. And this is what this system gives you, that flexibility. It allows you to change in real time and allows you to be profitable as an organization. Okay. We good? No. Okay, we're not good. Right. So whilst they're doing the thing what they're doing behind it, I'll say a couple of more things about the company. And more importantly, the e-skin, which you'll all have some ways of interacting with. So the electronic skin, the whole reason why you need a soft material, which can be stretched, bent, twisted, compliant around the hand or a fingertip, is that you want sensors to be giving you at the point of contact data. So your skin is stretchy, it's soft, and it follows the contours of the fingertip or your palm, which allows you to get at the point of contact feedback. So when you're picking something, touching something, you get that contact here. You're not getting it here, and then something dissects and takes the information and sends it to your brain. You get the information at your fingertip, exactly localized and in real time. We wanted to obviously have that for the fruit, because one of the key features of manipulating objects, because you can pick and place, and for the roboticists in the field and in the audience, you all know about pick and placing and doing all sorts of manipulation. But we're talking about grasping objects and soft, delicate, easily damaged objects, which if you drop it, you may not see that bruise right there and then, but your customer's customer, which is us, going in a retail shelf and saying, oh, that's a bruised apple. Oh, that's a bruised tomato, and I'm not going to pick that up. And retailers don't sell it. So that needs to be avoided. And more importantly, when you're picking as well, you need to pick it gently. As a human being, if you're picking soft products, soft materials, how much of thought process you'll be doing? Imagine doing that 50 minutes an hour, and then consistently like 10 minutes break or maybe 5 minutes break, and do that for 8 hours, 9 hours. Are you going to be that sensitive to keep picking fruits without bruising and damaging it? We've seen it. We've seen all sorts of ways where the fruits are being damaged, and I know why my grapes come up bruised quite a few times, and why I've got a massive piece of shatter when I pick up the bunch of grapes. Like, wait a minute, all of these are already on the bottom. So and I know why, because it's difficult. It's difficult to do that, and difficult to sustain that, and difficult to ensure that, and that brings into the most important aspect. Food wastage. And I don't know if anyone knows here, but every retailer have got specifications. Some of them is beyond me in terms of why those specifications do exist. So specifications are, for example, one specification, no mention of names, but they cannot be more than 3 grapes on a stem. Did you ever go into a retailer and say, you know what, I'm going to pick up upon it and count how many grapes I've got, and oh, it got 2. You know what, I don't want this. I cannot take this. I reject this. No one cared. Did you care? This has been going on for years. I mean, we've been trying to change. I know, Nigel, you're... You've never done that? I've never done that, Nigel, but, we and there's a whole sea of things, right? So obviously those things we're trying to obviously change, because that's nothing to do with, there's a lot of food wastage happening. But the important thing here is bruised fruits, eventually end up not being sold. If they're not sold, by the time you even come and repurpose it and try to donate it in charity, it's off, it's gone. You cannot use that anymore. It goes to food compost. Literally, we've seen buckets of, in every production pack house and productions that we've got, buckets of fruit literally thrown in. Buckets. It's scandalous. I'm like, how on earth is this allowed? You've got fruits which just either doesn't fit retailer specification or has some bruises gone into there. It's like, this is a good fruit. All of that is good. We should eat that. And anyway, so that's an important aspect. By getting robots, you'll be consistently able to pack and process products which people will end up buying. That means eventually all the way down the supply chain, retailers are happy, packers are happy, growers are happy, and of course, we get robots in there, we are happy by selling those robots. All right, are we getting the lights up here? Okay, great. So, we don't need lights for this. Okay, then you can turn it off. Right. So what I'm going to show here is a pick and place and essentially grasping of fruit. So this is a variety of table grapes. What kind of variety is this? Sugar one, thank you. Okay, so it's Sugar one, which is a very, very popular. So you may just know this as red grapes. That's pretty much it. We've got all sorts of varieties and variations we look at. And sugar grapes grown in, I don't know where this is grown, but we also have further varieties which are sugar grapes grown in Egypt on this day, on this month. That's what the variety is for us, for the robot to process this. So we look at it that way. Now, to understand and to pick and process this, so assume you've already got the process of snipping, the checks of weights and everything else, all of that happen. This needs to go into a punnet. This is a standard 500-gram punnet. Now, it's slightly reduced to 450, but you're still paying for 500, so it's still the same punnet we've got. Almost all major retailers here in the UK sell these. In the US, there's a lot of clamshells and bags, but it's pretty much the same process. Now, what the robot does is it's able to look at in real time. So the fruit can come in any orientation. It could be in any dimensions. And table grapes, the reason why you use table grapes is because it's complex. The size is not defined. Like an apple and tomato or some single fruits, size is defined. Pretty much know where the variation would be. This may be like this, but if I place it the other way, or if it comes, in a different orientation, it may look higher, it may look longer, it may look shorter. It may look different size. So in terms of understanding what it is, the dimensions of the fruit changes every time it comes in front of the robot. So it needs to look at it in real time. So it does that and understands where the fruit is, and on a production line, it comes in and does this repeatedly, and it's able to go down and understand where it is. So it orients itself, and then be able to go down and say, you know what, I've picked it, I've grasped it, but not just grasped it, I know the exact force to apply without bruising or damaging it, but not too much and not too less, because if too less means it slips out of your hand. When you pick objects, you look at it, you know where the object is in real field. You feel it, you know the firmness of it, the temperature of it, and then when you pick it up, you also know the gravitational pull going downwards, and then you counteract that, and you do it repeatedly. Anyone picking any object, that's how you react, and that's what we need to be doing. That's what the robot is doing, but it's using this artificially, using all the sensing capabilities you've developed and integrated within the robotic system. We got a bit of a, I don't know how many people can see that from all the way in the back, but you can see the touch sensitivity and what the robot feels. But again, if you don't end up seeing this here, we'll have a demonstration. You can come and see, and you can feel it yourself. You can have a go with it yourself, and as we speak. So that brings us to an interesting part of the evening. Again, I need a few more volunteers, and there is a prize. So whoever gets this right gets a prize from us, and I think it's an interesting one. So what I would like you guys to do, it could be 1, 2, most of you, doesn't matter. We are going to get 5 or 6. Actually, reminded me, no, it can't be that. It's like, no, not that many people. Get only 5 and 6. Great, okay, only 6 individuals. We'll get the fruit. I think we're going to get either table grapes or wine tomato, one of those, or any other fruit you've got. We'll ask you to look at the fruit, do a bit of quick analysis of, fruit is good, yeah, great. And then I want you to estimate the weight of this fruit. And then we're going to, and then everyone, once you come here, all the guys who are sitting here, you'll be seeing in real time what the robot estimated, because it takes a robot less than 300 milliseconds to know what the fruit weight is. So it's going to outcompete anyone who's going to come in. Literally, you have to look and say what the fruit weight is, right? So all of you guys will be seeing the weight of the fruit, what the robot sees, and you'll be able to see a glimpse of what the robot is seeing in real time. And you can understand what the weight is, and then we'll see who gets it closest, or if not, bang on to what the robot does. And then we're going to get a truth level. We get a standard, normal weigh scale, and we're going to put the fruit on the weigh scale and see who gets it the closest. Whoever gets the closest, we got a very interesting prize. I'm going to let Jesse and the team tell you what the price is, but do we have volunteers? We can get up to 6, I've been told. Great. Do you want to come up? Do you want to come up?
2,
Everyone who's raising their hands.
4. It's a good chance. You could win something. The car's behind that curtain. 4 more of you.
Come on up.
Come on
up.
There we
Come
are.
on up.
Thank you. Brilliant. Good luck.
Great. Well, nice to see you, Andrew. Nice to see you. I'm gonna make a mention about these guys. They're amazing patent agents. We use their services. Good to see you, Siraj. Keith, nice to see you. Sam, nice to see you, Sam. Ken, hello. Nice to see you. Great. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to ask one by one. So let's, since you're on the front, we're going to ask you. So can everyone see? So if you want to come inside, and then stand in a queue here. Right. It's going to go live, so no one cheats. So all of you guys look the other way, and all of these guys will be able to see what the fruit weighs. So as you can see, there's the weight of the fruit. Keep it silent and keep it secret. Sorry, no, you can't join now. That's unfair. Right. So everyone can see the fruit weight, and what we're going to do is someone going to keep note of you're doing that. Great, thanks, Jesse. Okay, Andrew, do you want to take the first one? Start the counter as soon as he touches it. Yeah, touch it and feel it and tell how much the weight of the fruit is without shatter.
360 grams.
Okay, 360. Great. Okay, the next one. Can everyone be quiet in how close they are or how far away they are?
400.
Okay, 400.
590.
Okay.
590.
Okay, great. So is it fair to say you took like 1 second, 2 seconds per?
I mean, I had to pick it up.
Yeah, you had to pick it up. Yeah, that's true. Good, great, thank you. All right.
Plus one?
Yeah.
200 grams.
Okay. By the way, as the shatter happens, the weight should change.
200.
Okay.
240.
Great, thank you. Sam?
Heavier than I thought, actually. 395.
Okay, next.
362.
Okay,
There's one missing.
that's fine. That's fine. I keep taking all the shatters, and then I'll tell you a bit about the shatter in a second.
Missing one as well. 401.
Great, thank you, Sam.
Okay.
Does it have to be in grams?
You can tell in ounces. Absolutely. We can tell in ounces. We'll convert it for you.
I'll try and convert it in my head. 360.
Okay, great.
320. 380.
Great, thanks.
330. 350.
That's fine. That's fine.
390.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay, can I have a round of applause for everyone? Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. So So if you can hold on, we'll reveal the winners and we'll get to that. But before we do that, you see a lot of shatter happening. So that's called shatter. As soon as you pick fruit, even if you harvest, it shatters. Shatter is effectively grape coming off a vine. And for another thing, so when you see grapes where, obviously in Central Valley where you grow grapes, to other countries where you grow grapes, you'd see a different variety of grapes. It's not as well. Okay, great. So, Jesse, do you want to do the honors? Just tell me who got the closest. Before we do that, Ravi, do you want to check the actual weights of these? And obviously there are a few shatters. Shatters. 370. 370. It was 355.
No, the value on the screen. You don't have
365. Okay, so 365, that's 5 grams. So each of that particular variety, each weigh of each grape weigh, how much does it weigh, each of the grape? Do you want to pick one of the ones? It's about 8. It's about 12 gram, So you can see the variation. It's just literally one grape sensitivity in terms of how it's looking at. And that's in real time. Do you want to check the other two as well, and then we can get the winners out?
317 was there,
Okay.
and 342 was here.
Okay. And then the last one.
354.
Okay, great. So who was the closest?
So on the first one is Andy and Keith, and I think everyone, Keith was quite close to the second one, but no one else.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for a thing. We'll catch you as soon as we finish this. We'll catch you guys up. But thank you. Thanks so much for coming along and having a look at it. So, right, thank you so much. We wanted to have some interaction so that people can come into, and you can do more of this. Again, we've got after we finish this, we've got an hour to look at these technologies, ask questions, and lots of things. But this is to show you how difficult it is if you got a person to doing this. Now, the way we picked you guys up, unfortunately, in the pack house industry, a lot of the workers are pretty much starting out new. In our robotic system, so we've got a line, and we've got people at the start and the end of the line, and they change because it's a transient workforce. Everyone is on a 0-hour contract, and you need to be flexible. Again, going back to the word, I think the flexibility is one of the key messages here. You need to be flexible because you cannot take a person and employ them on a permanent contract and pay them even when produce is not coming in, the demand is not as high as it should be. You need that flexibility. But with that flexibility comes problems and insecurity or insecure labor forces, an insecure way of processing fruit. So the way we asked you and you volunteered, many of the fruit you consume on a daily basis are done by people who literally walked off and the first time they've ever seen and got training, 5 minutes, 10 minutes training to say, yeah, this is what you look at. Yep, that's the problem here. This is a sheet. They put a sheet in front of the person. Oh, yeah, this looks all right. Yeah, the variation is close enough. I think that's right. What do I know? I just started 10 minutes ago. So I'm gonna learn over the course of few days and few weeks and become consistent. Obviously, with the robots learn. All our robots are connected on the cloud. They send information. Every pick, every fruit, everything going in front of the robot is recorded, it's processed, and we use all that data to modify the models so that once we realize the models are clever enough or gives faster enough feedback, we push it back to our customers using cloud as well. So everything is connected on the internet. Next time, even if the internet goes away, we've got fail-safe mechanisms. We've got 3G, 4G, and 5G connectivity within the robot. So if someone doesn't have internet connection as well, we can still use those. And if someone literally doesn't have internet at all, and they get once in a while internet, that's fine. We can do a mobile hotspot and a mobile thing and get a data out and do an update. It may not be as frequent and as real time, but still, that's the case. I know we are able to get all of that across. So it's important for us that these robots are self-developing and evolving. So when you get a first robot to 10th robot to 1,000 robot, the 1,000 robot has learned everything 999 robots before it did or processed. And that process continues. With our customers, we got within 6 months, we were able to increase the production capacity, the productivity, by up to 400%. And if you, just to give you a context of what that means, if you got a line of 10 people, you effectively take 8 people out, put 2 robots instead of those 8 people. With this, and those 2 people are pretty much a start and end. So if you take the bin picking or the box picking robot, that person is no longer there. And the very end person is more or less a cursory person, which people still want to keep because, you know, robots. What happens if robots fail? So a lot of the things are actually not needed. It's still there. And obviously, as people are getting more and more confident that the robots can do this, all of those things will be taken less and less, it becomes less and less problematic. We also had to make this very easy to move as well, because people, when they bought our robots, they wanted the ability to move the robot and get a human being in place. I was like, why do you want this? Why do you buy a robot and then get a human being in? Well, what if the robot fails? And that's an obvious thing. That's a logical explanation. So we said, great, you know what, if that ever happens, you can wheel it out and put a person on the same line, and you can continue doing what you're doing and fulfill your orders. So we made the whole thing easier so that our customers become less scared of new technologies. And this technology is required for those customers to make money and become sustainable. And that's what we've been doing. I mean, currently our customers, they supply to pretty much all retailers except 2. And we're getting robots across to them in the UK in this month onwards. So we pretty much will, by the end of the month, we'll be able to say we've got 100% retail coverage. So retailers are our customers, but indirectly we supply to 100% of the retail market in the UK, and we are pushing across the US. Jesse will come in a minute and talk about expansion plans and where we're heading towards in the next few months, and how this technology is being adopted in different markets as we speak and as we grow. And the message here, the underlying message here, is that if you're a pack house working in a post-harvest industry, any industry, you don't need to be a retail supplying company. You don't need to be supplying massive volumes a month to make these robots profitable. Even if a smallest installation is 2 robots for a family-owned business, or you could be as large as supplying, $300 to $1 billion revenue operations. It doesn't matter. You can start saving money. On an average, for our existing customers, the cost savings per line from 20 to 30 people ranges from £150,000 per line to about £300,000 per line. And most of them got 4 to 8 to 16 lines. That's millions of pounds saved going right to your bottom line. Our customers used to make 2 to 4% margins. They're looking at 15% margins. I mean, isn't that amazing? This is what we want. We want everyone in this country and elsewhere in the world start realizing that selling food and growing food and shipping them is a profitable business. And once we do that, you and I will be getting high quality, low. Yeah, thank you. High quality but low cost products coming out. And we all win. We all win as a country because we, again, like I said, we don't have plan B. If something goes out, if all of them stop producing and said this is no longer for us and put your hands up, we have no plan B for food. So I welcome you for the rest of the evening. Listen to everyone else. They are very interesting conversations. We've got our partners, our customers, coming up and talking about what they're using, how they're integrating these robots in different countries. And again, we're going to discuss that throughout the night, throughout the evening. And I hope that you engage with us and ask us as many questions. We've got a panel session towards the very end. With that, thank you so much for listening. I know it was very long, but I hope it was informative. But this is not the end. You can ask and see and feel this robotic system and everything else we've got up close and personal. Thank you.
Brilliant. Dr. Jesse, that was fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. And I know how much... Okay. So Atif did mention there that there will be an opportunity at the end of the evening. And at the end of the evening, we're going to have a little break, and then we'll reassemble some chairs at the front, and our guests will take your questions. So any questions you've got. Also, let me tell you about some of the other exhibitors that are here. Ian Brown, give me a wave there, Ian. That's Ian with a lovely waistcoat. He's got a fantastic table at the back there, and he talked me basically through how he's making sugar take over from plastic, which is a great innovation. He explained it in just a couple of minutes to me. That is well worth a visit. And I didn't finish telling you, I was wallowing slightly in our historical past and our heritage, and I was telling you that it was all pits and shipyards when I was a kid, and the Northeast was brilliant at making things with our hands. And I moved away when I was young, and then I came back. And when I came back, I thought, will it be a sad Northeast without the shipyards and without the pits and the coal mines? And when I returned, it was a fresh, brave new world here. And it's so exciting what's going on. Not just at Wutzano, but you did mention Nissan. I went to Nissan, did a program for the BBC there and saw robots building cars. That was so exciting. Where I live in Gateshead, you've got Ubisoft, we've got the creators of all these games, Grand Theft Auto. It's a real exciting cultural landscape, so it's really, really exciting. Next, we have Dr. Jesse, and Dr. Jesse Opoku is the CEO of Wutzano, and he was one of the people who perfected the initial Woodskin sensors. I can just show you one there. There are lots and lots more to look at through the back and to the room to the left. And he perfected those. He scaled up the tech to a 99.99% yield, responsible for scale up and delivery of ARI to enable mass market integration. So he's going to give us a short presentation, and he's going to be talking about expanding in the US, collaborating with a US partner. He's going to be talking about revolutionizing the agricultural industry in the US and the impact on a global scale. And this will be about how ARI is making a difference and what is next. Good to go? Take it away. Dr. Jesse, let's see.
Thank you very much, Alfie. I think my role here tonight was to talk about Wutzano's expansion into different worlds. Wutzano has been built in Scotland, but we've taken our heart and root here in the Northeast, and we really, really love being here. But the exciting thing about Wutzano is we are global citizens. We are everywhere. We now settled in the US. We are on our way to Turkey. We're going into Vietnam and Malaysia in the next couple of months, and then to Australia and New Zealand. In doing that, I want to showcase the team behind these innovations. I want to showcase the people that actually make it tick. I know the spotlight was on Atif, but he knows that it is every single one of us that makes him talk about this so passionately. So what I would want to do is invite my team from the back to come in here and give you a flavor of how having a diverse workforce creates a lot and beautiful innovations like what you've seen today. Hasha? What we do in Wutzano, it's so great. The only struggle, and I'll tell you, this is a fight we have on a weekly basis, is that we struggle to get women to apply to Wutzano. That is the struggle. But for everyone who's here, they know that in the next 2 weeks, we have one woman joining us, and we're bringing a lot more on board. But the wonderful map we have in the office is a pin where we drop every country that we get somebody from. So Hasha here is a Kingston-educated individual, joined us, our machine learning team, and for a lot of the models you saw that tricked a lot of the human beings have been developed by Hasha and his teammate, Joel Budu, up there. Hasha is Indian, Joel is Ghanaian. They don't mind me telling you where they're from because it's something we really, really appreciate because it brings up a crazy melt pot of ideas when we decide to think to solve a problem. I have Nauman of Asian heritage, right here from the Northeast. He is from here, but he loves to be elsewhere in the country. But we've kept him here, and we're keeping him. We don't let him move anywhere. He is a medicinal educated individual. Joel is a strike light and Ghana-educated individual leading our machine learning software and AI team at Woodzano. Riza, an amazing hair guy. You would love his hair. He is also another one right here from the Northeast, just down the road in Darlington, educated at York. Adnan, another bright individual leading our production and process team from the University of Bradford. Yes. Adnan is of Indian heritage. Deborah, our Chief Everything Officer. So Deborah leads our admin and HR, also from the University of York. Ryan, another person from the Northeast. So we try to keep the Northeast guys. We don't want them to go. We just try to cherry pick and bring them on board. Ryan is also educated in Middlesbrough. Santek, South Korean, educated in the University of Seoul. Ravi, my team lead for robotics and automation, educated at the University of Cranfield. Nav, my mechanical and design engineer from the University of Newcastle. He's a local boy. He's of Asian heritage, but he insists he's from Newcastle. And then the almighty Thierry. Thierry is a Mexican-educated Middlesbrough boy, right here with us in Woodzano. So our team, as you can see, I haven't missed anyone, have I? So when we're expanding, this is how we look at it. We are expanding to everywhere these guys have heritage coming from. And there are people with heritages from everywhere, from South Africa to West Africa, North America, South America, everywhere. And we really, really wanted to showcase to you that this product would not have been possible with all the team that you see up here. There are two of them in the crowd who haven't joined us, interns who've made it possible and done wonderful work for us. But I appreciate you, Junior, and then to Emmanuel joining us as well. I do appreciate both of you as well. So thank you very much, and that was my take. Thank you, guys.
Brilliant.
Alfie, take over.
Take a bow, guys. Take a bow. The United Nations here in the Northeast. Brilliant. Thank you very much. So exciting.
He loves to take selfies, and he cannot go without taking one.
Oh, he's got to take a selfie, apparently. He's got selfie addiction. Come on, get one. Do you want to get the team to turn round, and you can do them facing the audience behind if you want? You would, wouldn't you?
Okay.
Come this side, gang. There you go. I'm going to get in on this.
Robbie and selfie guy.
He can't do without it.
Brilliant. So good. Thank you, team. Atif, one last footnote from Atif.
Is it on? Okay, great. Just a couple of things I want to tell. Obviously, thank you so much, Jesse. Jesse, thank you so much for showcasing the elements you've got. These are core team behind us. They're also supporting staff, manufacturing staff and everyone else. But as a team and core technology developers, like we as a company, we pride ourselves as developing and creating innovative technologies. We've got over 30 plus patents. All of these guys have got names on the patents. Some of them actually started off their career with Woodzano, and they got at least 5 or 10 or 12 patents under the name. The number of patents we file and the number of patents we get on is almost equivalent to a very extremely high growth, profitable company, companies such as Google and so on. So Andrew, who's up here as I don't know where he's now. Andrew, do you want to put your hands up? Andrew has been our patent agent for Matheson Square for the past 5 years from the inception, and they've created an extremely strong patent portfolio. They're obviously giving everyone here an ability to showcase their individual strengths as the technology. So I think that's wonderful to see all of this. And lastly, everyone in the team have got stake in the business. They feel company growing means they grow themselves, and we all work individually. We never criticize or penalize when failures happen. We actually celebrate failures, a lot more than that. That is, every time a new person joins in, we got a presentation. which we showcased, showing the first version of the robot, going into when we got our first contract to first commercial integration, and all of that is like, oh, wait, is that what, 18 months or 16 months? You know, the timeline of getting this fast was really, really good. Thank you so much, and hope you enjoy the evening.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you, team. Excellent. And where Wutzano is based, I think it's on the site of the old Winterton Hospital, that's 2 pit villages away from where I was born. My auntie used to work in that hospital, and it's just incredible to think what goes on there now to what used to. Absolutely fantastic. Right, we're going to crack on as best we can. Now, our next speaker is Paul Wheels from Intel Jetty. Now, this is a brilliant presentation. Paul's a product strategist, senior business leader, 20 years in the game, and he'll be talking about a range of subjects, complexity of computer vision tasks, and multidisciplinary nature of the field. No single individual has all the needed skills, so it's about collaboration and collective brilliance. And this has to be my favorite title of a talk. It's brilliant. Magnificent Symphony, Harmonious Convergence of Team Collaboration and AI Computer Vision Mastery. Paul's in place. Are you just about good to go, Paul? Keep going. All right, I'll fill. I know what to do. Here we go. I'm going to show you something here. This is about as technological as I can be. So as I say, I'm the artist and I'm the comedian and everything else, but not a scientist by any. This is the most technical thing I've ever had to construct. So when I trained as an actor originally, and you never ever get any work when you're an actor straight away. You get the Bible for actors, which is the stage newspaper, and you go to the back, and there's only one advert, and it says, toy demonstrators wanted. So I phoned the number up, and this voice said, hello, Harrods. And I went, wow, Harrods, the big posh department store. Al Fayed's just passed away. So he was in charge when I phoned up. He didn't answer the phone. So I phoned up. I said, yes, it says toy demonstrators wanted. And they said, oh, yes, come down to Harrods. We'll have a look at you. So I walk through the toy kingdom, and I'm everywhere I look. I'm like a child in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. You know, look at me and you'll see. And I see over here somebody blowing big bubbles and a girl on a unicycle and somebody else juggling. I'm thinking I can do all of those things. And I got to the very end of this toy kingdom. And this guy says, yes, this is what you'll be demonstrating. I said, the juggling? No, you won't be doing juggling. I said, what about the big balloons that you was blowing out? No, you'll just be doing this. This is the super stunter plane, 3 in a pack. We all fly back. Red, yellow, and blue, they all come back to you. I've still got it. You still want it. Who's the daddy now? Oh, yes. This is why you're here, kids. I'll show you how this works. What happens is we've had this area cleared because it can go horribly wrong. So I'll throw this away. When I let go of it, it does a majestic circle here, flies right back to me, and you'll be as amazed as you were at the fantastic demonstration you've just seen. So
AI
quick
is
practice
vital to any
with 2
company.
hands, just slap your thighs or the chair in front for a little drum roll. Give me a little drum roll, friends. Brilliant. And for a bit of added theatre, when I let go of it, you all go, meow. 1, 2, 3. Brilliant. This better work now. Here we go. I've given it the big build-up. Has he still got it? 1, 2. Look at the tension now. 3. Whoa! Almost. One more try. Red, yellow, or blue. We'll do blue. Here we go. This is the blue one. If this works, you'll all want one. They sell them at Newcastle Airport. Here we go. I'll do it from the side so you can all see. And, way, there we go. It was the aircon took that. Whoa, there. Oh, still got it. 20 years in the business. There we go. Right. They always get me out of a hole. Right. Paul, are you good to go? Paul's good to go. Let's hear for Paul Wheels.
Well, after that, this is going to be disappointing. Hi, I'm Paul Wheels. I come from Intel. We work very closely with Zano. From a hardware perspective, hands up, who knows who Intel is? It's surprising on how many people don't. I was actually at an automotive do a few weeks ago. put their hand up, and there was only 3 people out of 100 actually who knew who Intel was, which was terrifying because we power most of their stuff. But in any case, I come from Intel. We're traditionally known as a silicon business, making hardware, which the guys use in these machines. We also make software as well, enabling some of the magic here as well with things like OpenVINO, which I'll touch on. But talking about the AI and what it is, the title of this talk was actually created by ChatGPT, just to see what it would make when I said that I was going to do this talk. So I'm going to talk about synergizing human expertise and AI, fueling scalable adoption through collaboration and teamwork. I'm actually just going to talk about teamwork and AI, and in particular, computer vision. As a technologist, I see how AI and the fourth industrial revolution will impact every aspect of people's lives, which was by Dr. Fei-Fei Li. And this is really coming through, and as you can see from these demonstrations here, things are starting to scale out. There's starting to be a change, a real revolution starting to kick in now. And the COVID impact has definitely helped push this stuff through. You know, but the thing is, we need teams. And as we just had on stage here, perfectly timed for me for this talk, it takes teamwork to create this stuff, manage this stuff. It needs human input, and it helps us evolve. It's not something to be scared of, but it is something to be conscious of. You know, there was actually some research done and some models created by a company over in Canada. And they started to create a model identifying wolves and such like. And when they actually started to create it out, the model came back, what was a standard dog. It identified it as a wolf because the dogs were actually pictures where the snow was behind it. And when the model was trained, all the pictures of wolves had snow behind it. So it started to take that imagery and started to get a bit wrong. And that's where the human in the loop comes into effect. And that human, traditionally, has been what's known as a data scientist. And I'd like to give a round of applause for the data scientists that are in the room. Please do join me, which we've definitely got some for these solutions here, because they're really helping push this evolution and revolution through with technology. But they are, as you can see here, they're multifaceted with the skills that they have. And, you know, with those skills, you also need to take in consideration the capability of understanding what you're seeing, the intricacies. You know, when you're looking at fruit and vegetables, knowing what's off, what's on its way out, you know, with shelf life being a matter of days, weeks, and such like as well. You really need to start to learn and understand that. And data scientists are few and far between. They're literally like gold. And as you would have seen with the announcements about ChatGPT recently, and everybody's talking about AI, everybody's after data scientists. To a point, if you are a data scientist, I'm pretty sure you've got your phone ringing all the time, and people are trying to get you to come and work for them. But that means there's a lot of disruption in the industry as well. And this is where the opportunity of democratization comes in. I've been in computer vision and AI and IoT. I have an IoT community I've been running for about 5 years now, currently sponsored by Newcastle University Business School. Savas is here and Charles. And we've been working together for a number of years and helping promoting IoT, the opportunity and the evolution and the technology advancements. What I've also been doing, as I mentioned, is computer vision and how you take the vision and the cameras and the sensors and connecting that into the machines as well. Internet of Things, connectivity. A few projects I worked on in the early days, about 4 or 5 years ago, we could demonstrate the technology worked, but it wasn't scalable. And the reason why it wasn't scalable was that when it was taken to train models. So to give you an example, we were actually asked to go to a very well-known branded distribution company, and they wanted to be able to do palletization. They wanted to know when a box was put onto a pallet, they wanted to know what box that was, and make sure it was on the right pallet to be distributed further down the line. And the reason being was that the workforce, boxes were disappearing, and sometimes it had a MacBook in there, sometimes it just had something from China, like a watch strap. And so they wanted to be able to have efficiencies, traceability, accountability, and so on. So we, as a company, as an IoT company, we didn't have a data scientist at hand. We knew about OpenVINO, we were using that, we knew about cameras, but we didn't know how to create the models to run that through. So we outsourced it to a company. And we worked very closely with that company. And those data scientists took 6 to 9 months to train the models. And what you would think was just simple boxes, it starts to get a little bit more complex because, like, I've got these lights blinding me right now. You've got shadows. You have skylights, lighting changes. And the way computer vision works is it's the pixels and the different measurements around the pixels. And so when a shadow comes in, what you're teaching changes by the difference in light. You can go into grayscale, and there's different methods and such like you do, but the basics are you need to take into consideration a lot of things, like these guys have with these solutions as well. So when we were doing the project, we could demonstrate the value of the solution, but when it came to actually scaling it and succeeding, the business said, sorry, 6 to 9 months creating a model, how are you going to do all this other stuff that we want you to do as well? Not going to work. So the challenges were, first of all, resource. You know, we had outsourced for a data scientist. We had one guy working on the project that was a data scientist. He wasn't cheap. He took a long time. He needed a large data set. You wouldn't believe how much imagery or video makes it much easier to be able to then build the models. So therefore, time equaling cost, which goes off to what I love to call the proof of concept graveyard. The technology works, but it's just not adoptable today. Well, the product that I've been bringing to market for Intel for the past 2 years now, when we launched commercially and working with Watsano as a trialist with this, was to democratize that. And you know, it brings me to a time when I was just leaving university. I'd been out of university for a couple of years. I'd trained to be a web developer in multimedia. Back then, there was multimedia CDs. Don't know if people remember those things. But I used to make multimedia CDs and such like. And I was looking to be getting a great wage when I left university, and then all of a sudden there was a shift in the market. The internet started to boom, but the reason being was it was democratized. Things like Wix and Weebly came around, where it was easy templates and anybody could create a website, anybody could create a forum. And that's where we're starting to head towards with AI. We're starting to get tools to make it easier to bring everybody into the loop, teams into the loop, people who know what they're looking at. So the Intel Getty platform enables people to do that. It enables teams to collaborate. You work with the data scientists that you can distribute their time across multiple projects rather than being heavily focused on one. You have domain experts part of this loop who are doing the annotation, which I'll show you in a short video. Annotating, drawing around, tagging those capabilities. So what do you do? How do you create a model? Well, there's different things to take in consideration. Within the annotation, you're going to be thinking about what you're going to be creating as a model. So is it object detection? You know what it is. Is it going to be classification? This is a light bulb. This is a good light bulb. This is a bad light bulb. Segmentation, drawn around objects. An anomaly, you know, putting into the system what is good, so then it can bring back what is bad to speed up the process there as well. So on that, let me show you what Intel Getty looks like and how to use it.
AI is vital to any company that hopes to grow and succeed. But implementing this technology can be intimidating. Just imagine if you had the ability to rapidly train custom AI models. What problem would you solve today? Introducing the Intel Getty platform. Powerful software with a simple and intuitive UI that eases the complexities of developing AI models and enables users to rapidly build effective computer vision solutions. The platform allows users to start quickly with computer vision tasks, including object detection, semantic and instant segmentation, classification, and anomaly-based tasks. In complex use cases, a combination of two tasks could solve problems efficiently. The Intel Getty platform provides a unique ability to combine multiple tasks in a task chain to solve those complex problems and boost collaboration. To create a project, users can simply start with a template, add labels, and upload a few images or short video clips. They can also import projects or bring in an existing dataset and annotations in recognizable formats such as COCO, YOLO, or VOC. When beginning a project, the first step is annotating the data. In a typical computer vision pipeline, there are often thousands of objects to annotate. With a wide range of smart annotation features, from bounding boxes to quick selection, interactive segmentation, and similar object detection, the Intel Getty platform expedites and simplifies data tagging with familiar drawing features and AI-assisted labeling. The platform utilizes active learning and guided annotations to intelligently select samples from datasets to reduce sample bias and help models learn from a small amount of data. Model training starts with as few as 12 annotated images or video frames. Active learning then helps select the most optimal data samples. The trained model makes predictions on those samples and seeks feedback from the human expert. Users can simply accept or edit model predictions to help improve the model's functionality. The model dashboard offers important statistics to help users make decisions about model readiness. Quantizing models using OpenVINO Toolkit is built into the platform, which enables users to optimize inference performance for target hardware in just a few clicks. Users can further evaluate the model performance by running tests on annotated data with either the native framework models or optimized models for the OpenVINO Toolkit. The Intel Getty platform allows users to discover and optimize the best set of learning parameters for their AI models. The platform supports multiple model architectures to enable users to customize models based on their application requirements without needing to start from scratch. Users can also optimize the training parameters either manually or using the automated optimization feature. Furthermore, the platform's software development kit makes REST APIs accessible for developers to connect their pipeline to the platform, upload new data, design training experiments, and export the newly trained model when available to their deployment pipeline. Once the AI model is ready, users can download it in a few clicks directly from the platform or by using the SDK. The sample code with the downloaded model helps users run the optimized model within just a few steps and utilizes OpenVINO APIs, making the deployment agnostic to the model architecture or computer vision task. The Intel Getty software platform represents a revolutionary new approach to computer vision innovations. We have a wide range of customers taking advantage of the new computer vision capabilities of the platform. To learn more about how the Intel Getty platform can accelerate the speed of AI model development and deployment today.
I'll skip that bit. Sorry, I probably bored you too much on the technical stuff there anyway. I forgot how long that video is. But the simplicity of that video is you draw around things, you tag them, you're teaching it. If you can see it, you can teach it. And anybody can be part of this now as the democratization starts to really push forward with AI. You're seeing that with applications like ChatGPT. And the interesting thing with ChatGPT to me is it's like the internet I always dreamed of, because I can start to think about the questions and the prompts that I'm asking to get the best answer back. It's like a conversation. Whereas once upon a time, it was tell me where a restaurant is and try and do this. And when you went in a search engine, you didn't really get the detail that you were looking for. But with using things like AI, with ChatGPT as an example, you can start to ask and say, well, I'm off to Tel Aviv check me out, I'm off to Tel Aviv. I'm off to Tel Aviv at the weekend for a conference with Dell. I asked where was the best hotel next to the venue that was in close proximity of good quality restaurants that serves certain types of food that I like. And it brought back the recommendations from the search that it did. I do have to pay £20 a month for GPT-4, otherwise it's data from 2021. But that's besides the point. It's about asking the questions. It's about the simplification. And this is going to start coming through on our search engines, and it's going to start coming through into our lives. If you think about the robots that we have in chat with customer support and customer service, I honestly believe you're going to get better customer service than what we get today with the chat robots and prompts that we have today. We've got some phenomenal use cases using this type of stuff. Like some of the stuff, like, for example, with Royal Brompton Hospital, you know, they're doing research. We've been able to support them in being able to speed up their experience and process. And to the point, you know, when university hospitals get their grants to do their research, one of the worst things that can happen is a team member leave. It knocks the research back so far, 6 to 12 months. And actually, with this team at Royal Brompton Hospital, they were impacted. A team member left, but they weren't stopped. In fact, they just kept on pushing forward whilst they brought somebody in and brought them up to speed. And the reason being is that specialist intelligence was put into that model. And in fact, here's a video. There's a few of these to fill up time. There's a video here from the guys at Royal Brompton Hospital talking about their experience.
Artificial intelligence has huge potential in the medical field, as it is ideal for image data. And to diagnose a huge number of diseases, this requires different types of imaging, and machine learning can process this image data rapidly to get results quickly and accurately.
Primary ciliary dyskinesia is a rare inherited disorder. The cilia in our airways, these little hair-like cells that beat in a very constant and synchronized way to clear mucus out of our chest, don't work properly. For patients, they tend to have a chronic lung disease, and that tends to lead to scarring and damage, and over the longer term, respiratory failure.
To diagnose PCD, first you need a sample, and the sample is nasal brushing. That gives you access to cells, and those cells are covered with hair-like structures. Analyzing cilia manually demands that the scientist looks individually at every cilia and individually at every component of the cilia and decide if they look normal. And this is a very laborious process that can take many hours.
AI platforms can assist clinical scientists by analysing large data sets rapidly.
We can use this almost like an additional member of the team who has come into our service, and we need to train them up. We're doing the same with the Intel Getty platform, trained by us and working alongside us.
This system saves a lot of time, as it's able to process large amounts of data rapidly. And this is then able to free up time for these specialists to be able to focus on other important things.
The remarkable thing about Intel Getty platform is that we've been able to train it up solely using our clinical experts here at the Royal Brompton. We haven't had to rely on experts from artificial intelligence companies to help with that, and so it really has allowed us to train it in a way to get the very best results.
Do you recognise the jingle, if you didn't recognise the brand? We used to have loads of TV adverts once upon a time. I think the current one's Jamie Foxx and his daughter. So what you're seeing here, there's a lot of diversity of what you can do with vision. You can do a lot of different things, agriculture, life sciences, health, sensing feeling company in London. In fact, my first commercial customer with us, they worked really closely with us as we were building out the platform. They gave us great feedback. This company weren't data scientists. They specialize in IoT and connectivity for smart cities. They built a solution using Intel Getty, and they sped up their process, working with domain experts in network rail, creating a safety system for the crossings, as they're still using the infrastructure of cameras from the 80s. So the camera quality ain't that good. And they're starting to distribute where once upon a time every crossing had somebody there for the crossings. They now have them remotely managed. And with their system, they've been able to use computer vision to protect people, and people who are, let's be honest, not of the best of minds and trying to jump in front of trains. They now have a system in a number of areas, and it's being rolled out across the UK, I understand, over the coming months, that actually they have a button in the control center now that has this artificial intelligence that they've created that actually shows what the human eye is missing. We had a demonstration at an event in Amsterdam with them, and there was a great queue of people looking at this system because it really stood out on how amazing this was. That the demonstration was, it was nighttime, the crossing goes down, and you can't see anybody, and there's a train going to come along. When you press the button, you're seeing somebody hiding behind the bush and planning. So now they use this system to press that button and stop the train from coming along to go and help that person that's obviously in a bit of a state or in the wrong place at the wrong time. So these types of things in the health and life sciences are really exciting, right? Protecting humankind. We have another customer called Bravin. Bravin's quite a bit of a, how can I put it, a bit of a pride project for myself. I created a hackathon with Intel, which is how I ended up in Intel. And Bravin was actually, the developer from that company was actually the winner of that hackathon, and they've just evolved as a relationship with us. These guys were working with a large industrial automotive manufacturer in Madrid. I'm really trying hard not to mention the name because I'm not allowed to. So I hope we're not streaming. So this company, their challenge was, one, they wanted to reduce the human error in complex machine assembly. It's that staging process, we've heard about Nissan with robotics and such like. Some companies are being a bit more staged with their progress of doing that. The other challenge that they've got, and this is something I'm part of the Northeast Automotive Alliance that I find quite amazing, is that in the Northeast alone, there's 1,800 jobs every month that they cannot fill in manufacturing because people don't want those types of jobs anymore. The younger, I'll claim it right, younger market want to be influencers rather than working in a factory. However, they will take a job if they want to go to a festival. And we know this because the data shows that a few months before that happening, they'll get some roles filled. So why not leverage that opportunity with that seasonal staff and try and keep pushing forward as technology evolves and you can start to invest in it. So Bravant did that. What they did is they created what's known as a poke-yoke process. It's a manufacturing step-by-step process. I like to think of it, it's like the Lego guide when you're building Lego, right? Bit by bit by bit. And what this does is, my son challenged me on creating this, and I'm not a developer, but because he loves Lego. But what it does is, it takes you through the steps. And with those stages, it also does a couple of other things. It makes sure you're wearing PPE. If you make a mistake, it tells you, and to take it back, remove that part, correct it, and put it on. This creates traceability, accountability, and quality, because people are being guided, and it won't let them move forward if they make a mistake. They have to correct to make the mistake, so it's increased quality as well. One of the things I would love to see with this is gamification. I'm a huge advocate of bringing gamification into these types of systems. You know, imagine the big noises like casinos in factories. It'd be great. Flashing lights. I'm saying that because these are blind at me. So Bravant have been able to demonstrate the solution, but one of the things was the time it took to create the models. So as you can see on the slide here, it's 20 models to create this solution for gearbox building. To scale, that was taken too long. It was taking them about 3 months. When we gave them Intel Getty, they were able to dramatically reduce that time, and it enabled them to scale with the customer and demonstrate the quality and success with it as well. And they've done phenomenally well, and it's advertised on their website if you want to check it out on bravant.com. But here's a video. This is their feedback on the platform and experience.
The key challenge the computer vision experts face every day is the training required to train new models, and also the computer power you need to put it to work in production environments. My name is Sergio Velasco, and I'm the Edge Computing and IoT Technical Lead here at Bravant. When it comes to designing effective machine learning solutions, the development process needs to be faster and adaptable, which is where Intel's computer vision AI platform becomes essential.
My name is Henk Paris and I'm the Director of Operations here at Bravant. Bravant is an IT consulting company helping our clients with their digital transformation. One of the biggest steps in the digital transformation process is the use of artificial intelligence. So in the last 2 to 3 years, we're doing a lot of proof of concept to see how AI solutions like Intel's computer vision AI platform can help our clients. When looking at a specific sector like the manufacturing industry, in one of our clients, the operators have to assemble a product consisting of many parts, and doing this as fast as possible. They clearly needed an automated method to support the quality assurance process and help to mitigate human error in real time.
We were able to trade a version of the platform and integrate it with Bravant Industrial Vision solution. And also with OpenVINO, we can run the models in real time at the edge. We replicate the assembly cell in our innovation lab, and we use the platform to develop object detection, image classification, and semantic segmentation models to monitor and validate the entire process. The platform helps us train and optimize all these models easier and faster, and we can go to production with that models in a very short time. Compared with the service we used before, this platform saves time in labeling images and training models. Furthermore, our solution now is easy to scale. This platform offers us more tools to train and develop computer vision models. It is an easy-to-use platform, and our client can collaborate with us on image labeling and be aware of the progress after each version update. Ultimately, working with the platform and the Intel's OpenVINO toolkit increased productivity and allowed us at Bravant to focus on software development and the creation of new computer vision application, products and solutions.
What I would like you to take away from the talk today is, one, don't be scared of AI, don't be scared of technology, embrace it, but always be considerate of it. The human... There's the employer calling me. I should get that as the ringtone. I wouldn't answer it. But embrace the technology, but be considerate of it. Think about how it can be used in the right way, right? Obviously, people always have fears of technology. I remember talking about the shipyards, brought something to me. So when it was British shipbuilders, before Swan. My dad was the IT manager there. When I was 6 years old, I remember being taken down to the yards for about 6 months every Saturday whilst he implemented the new computer system, which was reel-to-reel. And I remember sitting there looking at it thinking, what's he doing? And he used to give me these pieces of card to draw on. Those cards were the punch cards from the old computers that he was replacing with now reel-to-reel. And literally a matter of a couple of years later, he was installing a Benton House, I think it was, and it was a AS400 IBM machine, which was just a tower. You know, and that's how quickly technology evolved. And it is evolving that way. It has always evolved that way. And it's not about being scared about it, it's about embracing it in a considerate way and making sure the human is in the loop of it to make sure that we deliver to do more with less so we can evolve to doing other things. And I think that's what's really exciting about artificial intelligence, computers, technology, and teams, great teams like Wutzano that Intel love to work with, and the teams that I've talked about here today. It's all about these teams that make magic happen. I've been Paul Wheels. Thank you very much for listening to me, and good night.
Thanks, Paul. Brilliant, really brilliant. And Paul will take questions as well, I'm sure, at the end, if you've got time to hang about, because that, I thought, was really an important subject, a subject we couldn't not have tonight, and done in a very positive way. Right, we're going to move on to some of our stateside friends. I'm really excited about this. Sherry Neal from Fresno County, degrees from Liberty University, Frostborough State University, and Sherry's got more than 20 years experience of programming and development experience, and is truly, I'm sure, going to sell the sizzle on why Fresno is a region ripe and ready for agtech innovation. So this is her talk. It is Intro to the US Market, Partnerships and Opportunities for Agtech in Fresno. Sherry Neal, welcome.
Well, I think I need to take you back to the U.S. with me and give my introduction all the time, especially when I have staff meetings, because they kind of sit there and look at me like this. So I think that will get them pumped up, right? So good evening, everyone. Okay, everyone, put your fingers right there. I'm sure everyone here has a pulse. Everyone's alive, right? So let's try that again. Good evening. Yes, all right. Well, I bring you greetings from Fresno County, California. My name is Sherry Neal. I am the Chief Operating Officer for the Fresno County Economic Development Corporation. And before I tell you about the EDC, I would first like to thank Dr. Atif Syed and the Wutzano family. I would like to thank you guys for not only the invitation to come tonight and present here at NOVA, but also for your hospitality and your partnership. So thank you so very, very much. And I wanted you to be aware that we are so excited at the EDC for all the opportunities that the Wutzano's technology will bring to the Central Valley in California. So my job tonight is really to give you a brief introduction about the EDC and everything that we do, but I'm going to make it brief. The Fresno County Economic Development Corporation, there we go. The Fresno County Economic Development Corporation is a private-public nonprofit organization, and we were established back in 1981 to market Fresno County as the premier location for business prosperity. We collaborate with business, government, and civic leaders to maximize the area's economic prosperity and global competitiveness. So as you can see here on the slide, that's a picture of our building that the Wutzano team had an opportunity to visit, I believe last month it was. But we've been around for 41 years, and so we are the economic development arm of the county. And what that means is we work with all 15 cities, working to bring businesses either to their locations, to keep businesses within those cities, or to help those businesses expand. We also dabble in a little bit workforce development, which Tiffany will talk about in a minute. But for more than 40 years, we have built relationships throughout the Central Valley, throughout the nation, as well as throughout the world. We market the region to highlight Fresno County's many assets in terms of our internationally recognized workforce programs, such as the New Employment Opportunities programs, where employers actually hire from our, what we call our welfare to work participants, and they receive a wage reimbursement, 100%, 75%, 50%, and so on. And that's an opportunity for us to partner with those individuals that are facing barriers to get them back into the workforce and to get them into good paying jobs and careers. Another one that Tiffany will talk about as well is our Good Jobs Challenge, $23 million going back into the Central Valley to bring good paying jobs. 2,500 jobs, I believe, is the number that we're looking to hit over the next 5 years. So not just our workforce programs, but also our incentive opportunities and our competitive cost of business, paired with access to the world's 4th largest economy. And so when I talk about marketing, this is our marketing packet. So I'll be your Vanna for just 5 seconds here. This is our Fresno County packet that we take with us everywhere. And it highlights the quality of life in Fresno County, the major industries such as agriculture, such as hospitality, logistics. It highlights the workforce that's available, our top industries. And so we take that. If you would like a copy, there's copies on the tables. If there aren't any more copies, we have little cards with a QR code that you can scan that will lead you directly to the packet. So this is a picture of our executive team, our executive committee of our board of directors. At the EDC, we have a knowledgeable staff, a diverse staff of 25 brilliant individuals. Sometimes I say they're smarter than I am because they come up with some of the brightest and best and most creative ideals. And we give them that freedom to think outside the box. As long as no one dies and we didn't break any rules, we say go for it, do it. We have a board. This is just 10 members of our executive committee. We have a board of 34 very influential and very, how do I put this? I'm not gonna say they're difficult, but they have differing opinions. But our board is not a rubber stamp board, and they represent many, many industries such as real estate, housing, community development, and local government officials. And they're very important when it comes to our strategic plans, because when we do our strategic plan every year, it's about changing those plans to make sure we're meeting not just the business needs in our community, but the ever-changing client needs as well. And then we have more than 100 committed investors that we have been able to attract, expand, and retain business in Fresno County. And then grow that California dream. That is our tagline, we grow the California dream. We serve local companies by providing assistance with expansion plans and programs to help retain business. And during COVID-19, our focus shifted from the sexy attraction jobs and the sexy expansion to making sure our local companies could keep their doors open. It was all about retention. So with that, like I said, it was just going to be a brief introduction because I'm going to let Tiffany do all the work. We lead attraction efforts to bring domestic and foreign direct investment and international trade opportunities to Fresno County. So it is my pleasure to introduce my colleague, Tiffany Luke, who is our business attraction specialist. Tiffany specializes in FDI, and she will discuss the many opportunities that currently exist in Fresno County, as well as expand on our current FDI and trade strategies. Ms. Tiffany?
See, and I'm lucky I get to bring Sherry everywhere and go with her to introduce me. It's great to be with everyone this evening, and thank you again so much to the Uzzano team for the warm welcome and hospitality. So as Sherry mentioned, I get the sexy job. I'm our business attraction specialist, which means I get to travel all over the United States, all over California, and all over the world to market Fresno County and all of its 15 cities and varied assets. And one of the services that we provide that I'm particularly proud of is those really vital in-region connections, of which I'll be introducing Josh Lee, VP of PTI Solutions, and how their connection with Wutzano is really helping Wutzano break into the US market and bring their transformative technology to the packing industry. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about Fresno County because many of you are from the Northeast, so you're used to being under-recognized and underrepresented. In Fresno County, there are so many parallels between our regions. Fresno County is, I'm gonna go forward a slide, it's in the center of California. It's that blue county in the middle there, and while it only represents 1% of the nation's farmland in the United States, it produces 25% of the nation's food. And I've included the values in US dollars of those varieties of crops, of which you're only seeing a tiny portion. We actually produce over 300 different crop varieties because we have a great Mediterranean climate. So we really go out into the world to search out innovative technologies such as those brought by Wutzano and their amazing team to bring to our region to help us not only sustain our prominence agriculturally, but to address the labor challenges that has been mentioned before in the UK and is also paralleled by the Central Valley. So foreign direct investment brings those tech transfer opportunities, bridges those gaps, and facilitates economic expansion while, as Dr. Syed mentioned, providing quality job opportunities for people working in the sector. So Fresno, being a centrally located county in California, as Sherry mentioned, the world's 4th largest economy, we have access to that market while being centrally located, and that has really boosted our supply chain and logistics capacities. Some of the assets that have made us an international port of commerce are the foreign trade zone designation, lower cost of business, and I really wanted to emphasize, just like the Northeast has here, it's such a diverse young population full of opportunities. Fresno has that too. So that's why we're working in tandem with Wutzano and other companies to bring opportunities to our region. So, as Sherry mentioned, I have the privilege of strategizing our FDI program and international trade. And we have several different tenets of that, but I'll cover really quickly here. We have a really great data team that I get to work with, and they not only provide businesses with the information they need to be successful in our region, but they also did this analysis that showed us which sectors are prime for FDI. Food processing, manufacturing, just like the Northeast here, again, so many parallels, logistics and e-commerce. We use data tools like Gazelle AI to tell us which businesses are interested in expansion opportunities, and we do cold marketing at international trade shows. In fact, Dr. Syed was attending the trade show, the World AgTech Expo, one of the largest by square footage in the world for agricultural producers, and we were able to introduce him to the city of Fresno at that trade show. But we also are taking a new approach to attractions by having warm introductions via our partners like Wutzano. And actually, this is the reason why we're talking with you here tonight is because I've designed a trade mission for us to visit the UK and ancillary businesses to Wutzano, meet the team and their partners. And also, Parma, Italy will be meeting with Tropical Food Machinery. They make revolutionary fruit processing technology and they partner with PTI, and they're going to address major ag waste issues, just as Wutzano is addressing major labor issues. So those warm handoffs are going to be really crucial to our economic development as well, and another reason why it's such a pleasure to be here. Finally, I wanted to tell you about the recent investments in the United States, and again, some parallels with the UK with your Semiconductor Act, the CHIPS Act. I'm sure familiar with the idea of onshoring semiconductor chip capabilities. I'll cover that briefly in the next slide, but some of the other lesser known legislation are, as Sherry mentioned, the Good Jobs Challenge. Our organization was privileged to be awarded $23 million, and that's going to help us fund workforce training programs to upskill individuals into jobs in construction and business services, advanced manufacturing, and transportation. We're going to train 2,500 residents, and the actual demand by 2026 for those sectors is going to be 10,000 jobs. So again, working to bring local residents quality opportunities. One of our partners, the Central Valley Community Foundation, was awarded $65 million from the Build Back Better Challenge, and that is very important to this particular presentation because they're going to scale up our agri-food sector in the Central Valley. So they're going to create an ag tech accelerator program and work with small farms to really bring our industry up to speed. So I look forward to continuing this collaboration with Woodzano and others in the Northeast and sharing these incredible ideas and resources. And finally, Woodzano also worked with us on our recent EDA Tech Hubs designation. So these financial incentives and awards were funded by the U.S. Economic Development Administration. So we have also applied to this Tech Hubs designation, basically making the argument that Fresno is an up-and-coming center of global excellence in technology, particularly in the agricultural sector. So we chose 5 sectors listed below, chips, AI, and machine learning as exemplified by this amazing technology to my left here, energy and material science and manufacturing. So just a lot of resources available to businesses interested in our region. And here's just a quick overview of the CHIPS Act. I admit I haven't read the thousands of pages of legislation, but in a nutshell, it really is bringing over $50 billion in loans and loan guarantees to businesses to incentivize onshoring of those capabilities. Finally, I wanted to tell you a little bit about an initiative that's really near and dear to our organization. In traditional terms, economic development is measured by a number of jobs created, number of square feet occupied in facilities, which is great and does bring opportunity, but we have taken it a step further. We worked closely with the Harvard School of Business to develop an impact-weighted accounting methodology to measure economic development in dollars, but in terms of environmental impact and community engagement and employee benefits, paid time off, wages. And I mentioned PTI being here tonight with us and their partner, Sierra Agra, who licenses the technology from Tropical Food Machinery, who will be visiting in Italy. They worked with us, and in consultation with us, they were able to scale up their employee benefits and increase their economic impact in our region in a very quality way. And I just wanted to re-emphasize, please take our marketing packets, please ask us any questions you may have. We're so excited about this partnership and the parallels in our regions. And more importantly, I do want room in my suitcase for souvenirs. So if you could help me out and help yourself to what we brought to share today, thank you so much again for this incredible opportunity. And I'd like to introduce our wonderful partner from Packline Technologies Incorporated, Josh Lee, the Vice President.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'll do my best to keep this short. I know it's a little bit of a long night here. So real fast, just thank you to Atif and the Woodzano team for having us. It's a pleasure. I drug along my entire family in the back there, my wife and my 3 boys, and then there's also my mother and father-in-law. A little bit about us and who we are. My father-in-law, Lauren Reed, founded Packline Technologies in the early 2000s. It was kind of a build upon of the family company that his father started in the late 70s, early 80s. And so we've been in produce our whole lives. We have the pleasure of being in one of the largest growing regions in the world, between Fresno, Madera, Kings, and Tulare County. I think we produce a majority of the food that's consumed in the U.S. Obviously, Fresno County producing 25% is a big number. And we have the benefit of we cover the whole state as well as the whole nation with our services. So what is Packline Technologies, or who are we? We essentially were a tech and consulting company with a manufacturing arm. And so we specialize in going to all grower, packer, shippers of produce, and regardless of what the commodity is or how they're packing it or if they're processing it, whatever it is, and we start from the bottom up and work through what is it that they need to accomplish, how are they going to be able to do that, what are their issues with labor, what are their issues with building, and all that, and we work through and develop a process, a layout that is customized specific to their requirements, and then we build it. And so we've been doing that now for quite some time. With Lauren's experience of well over 40 years. Me personally, I joined the company back in 2012. I started, really sweeping floors, cleaning toilets. That was my job that I started out with, and then worked my way up. And so automation has been a big part of who we are. I had the distinct privilege of getting to start our electrical department back in about 2015, and it was a very simple task. Someone tossed me a set of prints and said, figure out how to build this, and that's what I did. So I taught myself electrical, taught myself automation, and we are now a full UL shop, and we have robotics that was mentioned before with the box stacking, palletizing robots. We do that. And so when the EDC came to us and said, we have an opportunity here, love to introduce these people to you, we jumped on it. And Fresno County and really everywhere in California are experiencing the same issues that we're seeing in agriculture here in the UK. Labor shortages, obviously California is very dependent upon our water supply that comes in annually via our rainfall. We do have, an aquifer, but, it's heavily depleted. And so we're always at PTI looking at opportunities to innovate and revolutionize how we are handling our produce to address the issues that are being experienced. Every one of our customers that we work with believes in stewardship, believes in taking care of what they have. Ground is plentiful, but good ground is not. And so a lot of our customers always are looking into ways that they can be regenerative with their growing practices, ways they can bolster their workforce by eliminating the inundating tasks of heavy lifting or repetitive motion or anything like that. And that's where we step in, and we work with our customers to develop solutions that will not necessarily eliminate the workforce, but be able to allow our customers the opportunity to take that workforce and retrain them into a more advanced position, therefore increasing their wages, increasing their opportunity, giving them a better skill, a stronger skill that they can utilize to grow further. And so I always want to point that out, because anytime you start talking robotics and automation, people automatically are just like, well, you're just killing jobs. And I'm like, no, we're really just trying to save them. Because the fact of the matter is that, just like, I can't remember who the gentleman was that said the young kids don't want to work. It really is true. We have a hard time with it ourselves. And so it's great to see a lot of young people up and involved and working. If there were more of them, I don't think I would be doing too much right now. So that being said, we're very excited for this partnership. We're looking to get into several different other commodities with the technology. We're currently running 2 of the robots in a facility in California, doing some tests and some production runs. And we're learning a lot as we go. But what really kind of sparked our eye on this tech was just the ability for it to do what needs to be done. And it was quite ironic. It was not 2 weeks prior to meeting with the Woodzano team that I was having a conversation with a major grape grower about how are we going to revolutionize this, how are we going to change it. A little bit about the grape industry. In the U.S., I don't know if you are familiar with much of it, but a majority of the pack style in the U.S. is in bags, and a majority of that is packed in the field. And so, for those of you unfamiliar with the Central Valley, we live in extremes, extreme heat and extreme cold. We'll have temperature swings of about 20 to 30 degrees on any given day. So a majority of these workers are working in temperatures exceeding 100 to 110 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's not a fun place to work in. Believe me, I know it. I worked for 2 years picking peaches and nectarines in the fields when I was a kid in high school. Not a job I ever wanted to go back into. So what the industry is looking to do is try and figure out a more economical way of packing that product to where it's safer for the employees, and more economical, and just honestly, just a better quality pack as well. So I always say this, I've seen it multiple times in my visits over here to the UK and to Europe, is that, we as US consumers, I think, are making a forward progress path towards how you guys kind of eat your produce over here in top seal punnets, clams, and stuff like that. And so we see the market move in that direction, and the Woodzano, the Avery is a great application for us to be able to implement for our customers. So we're excited for the future. We think that we're going to be able to take this, like I mentioned, to stone fruit, peaches and nectarines, and avocados, as well as a few other commodities that we're going to continue to work on with the Woodzano team. So again, very grateful for you all sticking around, and obviously thankful for the Woodzano and the EDC teams for bringing us along, and I hope you guys have a great night. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you, Josh. Tiffany, Sherry, that was lovely. And you are very welcome, sincerely. We will have a short break. If anyone can hang around, that would be great. We're going to have a quick panel discussion and Q&A. If you've got any burning questions, I know I've got some questions, but we'd love you to ask them. And then after that, what's really important is networking and chatting and just saying hello and being friends. So a quick break of about 5 minutes or so, and then we'll rearrange some chairs here and have the team up here to answer questions. See you there. Atif and our friends from Fresno, Josh and Tiffany, how did this brilliant relationship and partnership who started it? What was the first spark?
I think so. There's a cultural difference between British companies and we as individuals here in the UK and the US, where everything is bold and you take bold decisions and go quite open. And culturally, we are very closed and we sort of don't go that quickly and fast enough. So last year, me and Jesse, we were in an event in the Silicon Valley Bay Area, which we used to go. I used to go for many years, got family there. And in one of those trips, we realized that, wait a minute, there's a whole place called Central Valley, Fresno, and this whole surrounding region. We've never been there, but every one of our potential clients or customers reside there, live there, and that's where a lot of, it's one of the most fertile land in the US and a huge supply of fresh produce. So we said, we asked help from Deborah, who's behind. Deborah, could you tell us, send us a list of 5 or 10 pack houses? And what we're going to do is we just drive from San Francisco to Fresno, which is about 4 hours, 3.5 hours to 4 hours drive. And we'll just drive there, go one by one and knock on the doors and speak to individuals and really not to sell, but to understand what the problem is. Because we know the problem here in the UK. And we were sort of seeing how bad the situation is in the US. And the first place we went to happened to be a tomato packing sort of site, and those guys said, you won't believe us, you don't believe me, that just this morning we were just discussing amongst ourselves that will this picking, sorting, manipulation of these fruits we've got and the massive issue called labor, will this ever be automated? And we were wondering, maybe it will take us 20 more years to do this. And you guys came in this afternoon to tell us that, wait, technology exists, this is where it is. So, and we went on and everyone welcomed us with open arms, and that was something we wanted to do. So that's how the thing started off, and it was, and we met the guys in Fresno EDC who've been very good in connecting us. And there were two things which I asked Tiffany to do, and there was one to find an anchor client, which you have introduced us, and the second was to create and find us a partner who we can partner up and start selling and integrating this. Because to expand into different countries, we can either go and set up our own sites and hire people and get facilities, and that will take some time, training up and everything else, or you can work with partners, and if you can work with that, you can then focus, in our case, Wutzano can focus on robots, whereas the existing partners will have the infrastructure and people who are accustomed to the local climate and know customers in that region. So we started off, we're doing that very good in the US. We are doing that, we're planning on doing that in Canada, got Turkey, Vietnam, Malaysia. We're doing interesting fruits in different countries. Australia, New Zealand is not far away in terms of expanding these robotic systems. So it's an exciting sort of journey. And then, we got introduced to Josh and the entire PTI team. And, it's been pretty, the time it's taking from all of that to where we are is not long. It's very fast. The time it's taken to speak to a client to effectively getting robots on this site, we're talking 4 months. Is that what it is? End of February, 3 months, 2 months actually, 2 months, because we had March, we spoke to the client, got things ready, and shipped the robots by July. So it's pretty fast considering this is brand new technology, something not really done in that way before. So, this is just pretty exciting. And I think it helps that there isn't a direct competitor right now. There's no one else doing this in the marketplace in the way we're doing it commercially, and that obviously helps. It will never be forever, but we want to, take this opportunity as much as we can. Thank you. Thanks for the question.
If anyone got any questions, please put your hands up and I'll come straight. Here we are, Ken. There you go. Do you want the mic? There you go.
Yeah, I'm really, really impressed with the technology that you've managed to put together. And the use you've made of it, it's really, really clever, and it's forward thinking. 4 or 5 years ago, people wouldn't even think about things like this. So I'm really, really impressed with your company and the way you've managed to put this forward. The question I would like to ask is, though, I mean, we're talking about grapes which sort of have a fairly thick skin. How would it cope with soft fruit, such as strawberries or
Raspberries.
blackberries, that type of thing? Would it cope with that?
I think we just giggle to each other because the system is built for
Great
soft
question.
fruit. Our strategy was not to muddy the waters for anyone. So we didn't want to go into things like strawberry where it's very crowded and everybody's doing something. And to differentiate yourself, it gets very difficult. So our electronic skin actually would pick there are a lot of conversations with some of the best people in the industry all around Lincolnshire that we want to do strawberries. But we thought where labor was really a big problem. Strawberries is one, but grapes and vine tomatoes were killers. It was so difficult, we thought that should be the sort of place we wanted to start from. And then, as Josh was mentioning, there are sort of stone fruits and stuff like that we really want to go. So we are actually developed for soft fruits. That is what our technology actually does. Fruits that you touch, and after a day or two, you see the bruise. You don't see it instantly, you see it a day or two later. That's what we specialize in.
And Josh, what is the softest fruit agriculturally in Fresno?
In Fresno, you know, we don't really grow a whole lot in the way of berries, so I would have to say probably a white peach or a white nectarine.
All right.
We also have shiri inus or sumos. You may have seen them. They're really puffy, large tangerine almost, and those are treated very gently. We have a few other commodities that are treated gently. So. What's really amazing about the technology is that there's a lot of pick-and-place systems right now, but the issue that they have is that they aren't gentle on the fruit, and so they can create marks or impressions that when they get to the retailer aren't favorable to the consumer, and so they end up getting wasted. The Smart Scan allows us to sit there and gauge the pressure in which we're grabbing the fruit by. And so we essentially can replicate the same pressure as what a human can replicate or can create. And that gives us great control over the pressures that we're putting on the product as we're packing the product, which is very important to produce packing. If you aren't handling it gently, it used to be the age-old thing was some of the fruits that you can handle really roughly would be citrus, avocados. Avocados are really popular for us in America. We couldn't live without our avocados. But when avocados are picked, they're extremely green. We literally joke, you can throw them against a wall, they're hard as a rock. But now avocado growers are like, no, we have to be as gentle as possible with these things. They're still green as heck, but you got to be as gentle as possible with them. And that's the way, you know, the industry's moving.
Great. Any more questions? Please just put your hands up. Yes. I'll bring the mic over. So
I just want to understand how different is the market from US to different parts of the world to UK. So how this product will fit in different markets? How much changes need to be made from country to country?
Yeah, thanks. So every market is quite different. The UK market, the British market is different because everyone got different, I would say, scenarios and also different challenges. So countries historically where labor shortages are high and developed to high-income countries where issues with labor because cost is high and availability is low, has been one of the target areas where we say robots will be great and we can integrate them quickly. But what we've increasingly seen as well, and in recent work we've been doing and we're starting to do with countries like Malaysia and Vietnam, is that it's not just about labor shortage, it's not just about high cost of labor, it's also about consistency and stuff, consistency, reliability, repeatability. So we were able to offer these robotic system for different markets in a different price point, and also at a different format. So in the UK, a lot of our customers lease these robots, and I've realized why that was the case, because the margins British customers have been making is between 2 to 4%. 4 is actually amazing, amazing year, and that was something we were seeing during the COVID era, where everything was artificially inflated. But generally, it's a lot less than that. Whereas if you look at the US side of things, are making 35% margins. The Canadian guys are making 35, 36 to 40% margins. And I'm like, okay, I can see why they want to buy the robots, because they've got the cash on hand. And we've got a customer, we've got, it's a medium. Nigel, you mentioned about SMEs, and a lot of our customers are SMEs as well. And when you say medium, we're talking a turnover of 50 to 60 million pounds a year. And they turn over 50 million or 55 million pounds a year, and their bottom net effect was about 250, 260k. So that's really small. So you got like millions going to your bank account, and pretty much what you're left with is nothing. And that works in technology companies. That's pretty common, because you're reinvesting back, and you've got a whole asset pool, patents. The value of the company is worth in millions and billions and all that. Great. But for a pack house, your value is the fruit you're bringing in and the cost you're bringing in and everything else. And there's so much bigger room you've got to play with it. So that's what we realized in the UK and versus Canadian, American, and elsewhere. In Asia, of course, I think we're quite unique in offering these robots again, as if it's like treat the robot as a human being. So if a human being was working in the US, this is what the human would have been paid. So in Vietnam, we charge, believe it or not, the same hourly rate as an average Vietnamese pack house worker an hour. And let that sink in for a bit. So and the point is to ensure this system derives value for the country that system is in. So it can't be that it's 15.5 pounds. Wait, we don't pay 1,500 pounds in Vietnam, even though it's difficult, it's not consistent. I'm not going to pay 1,500 pounds to get this robot, because that's way too expensive, and so we designed this to make it look like, make it favorable to local markets. And obviously, as a business, we also make money out of this. It's not, we're not operating these robots at a loss. So it's a mutual thing. We don't sell any of these units at loss. So that's what I've noticed and what we've seen.
Yeah, I actually, thank you, Jesse. So I noticed Nigel startling here a bit at the profit margins, and if I had to take a stab at it, I would guess it's because of land. And Josh, correct me if I'm wrong. So land mass. I mentioned Fresno County, 1% of U.S. farmland. That's 1.88 million acres. And a lot of these farming operations, not all, are quite massive in comparison to a country like the UK. My own grandparents, for example, just retired from farming this year, and they farmed 1,000 acres. So it's quite a difference with the land values as well.
Yes, just a second, sir. Come around.
Thank you. Couple of questions, and maybe they're related. One of them is, now that we have the robot doing this, could we think about any novel packaging in terms of materials, maybe making it more sustainable, or perhaps maybe an alternative form of packaging which is more cost effective, more sustainable in some sense? And a related question, could we also perhaps think about, or do you think, the question goes to Atif, but others can answer as well, maybe there are models here that are different. Maybe there are more direct route to the customer, maybe customized packaging. Maybe I want my red grapes in red packaging or blue packaging or whatever, and that could be customized. I don't know, I'm just saying that this level of automation and scale perhaps could facilitate that. It'll be good to know your views.
I think that's a wonderful question. Thank you very much. The difficulty is every supermarket, every retailer wants to be different. So even if there's a national policy to do X or Y, in our small pack house down in County Durham, we have more than 32 different panels in our pack house. Very, very tiny, just for us to train and work on. Every pack house you go, even supermarkets have 3 or 4 different ones, because one is British, one is from Spain, one is from here. just to give a little bit of differentiation. So yes, I think there are very, very new novel packaging coming, which could work really well with the way you intend for robots to pack. But in order to get into the market, you don't come in and change everything that's been done today, because people have, as Nigel said, built a pack house to pack a specific type of product in a very specific way. Plastic may work best, cardboard may work better, so you don't go in and change all of that. But with a lot of inputs, especially from a robotics point of view, you future-proof it, that when you're ready to change from packaging Y to packaging X, you're ready. So a system like this is ready for any sort of new packaging that's coming, whether it's plastic-free or cardboard-free, whichever one it is. But it's very difficult because it is from the retailer who wants to differentiate in a market which is very crowded, which causes a lot of different packaging.
A little bit of an addition to that. I mean, really, I don't necessarily think that the Avari really cares what it's putting, the fruit into. Packaging is always going to change. I mean, to your point, I just saw recently someone came up with it's a plant-based polymer that they're now using in plastic packaging, now making the container almost fully biodegradable. So now, what has to happen on top of that is now they got to see what is the shelf life of that material. Can it last from, for example, when a majority of the produce that we developed, it's either some of it's consumed domestically, but we export a lot of our produce. And so it's got to be on the water for anywhere from 4 to 6 to 8 weeks. And so that container has to be able to make that trip, keep the fruit fresh as possible, and sit in a storefront for another 2 to 3 weeks once it reaches its final destination. And so it's a very rigid and harsh process to go through, and not all material makes the cut. But I know there are a lot of companies out there, there's biodegradable mesh bags now that are available, and that's constantly being pushed forward and all that. And that's usually kind of where we kind of step in on the PTI side of things, is we're in charge of making sure that we can automate the carton handling and crate handling and tote and punnet and handling in front of the robot, and basically just say, here it is, put it in this, and then we get rid of it. So more or less the answer to your question is the industry is pushing that way, and we're in a unique position where we can accommodate whatever comes up. So that's what we do.
Just a quick shout to Chestnut Bio, developing a plant-based product there in the back. So if you want to see sort of future packaging, Chestnut Bio is just there in the back, developing a really fantastic alternative to plastic.
Thanks, Jesse. You just beat me to that, but I think what I could also say as well is that I think some really good points about why we use packaging in fresh produce. There are some fundamental basics. We can use many things, but there are some key dynamics. But there is a real drive to use more sustainable packaging whenever it's available. You'll have seen within UK retailers quite a change from not just plastic, alternatives to plastic such as cardboard, and even the plastic. You will find the gauge of that, the thickness of that is much, much thinner. So we're trying to use a much lighter weight plastic. So in other words, the plastic waste, if you want to call it that, is considerably less. But I do think we just need to be careful as well, is that we're using this type of packaging to actually protect the product you want to consume. So if we go to one extreme and we reduce our plastic use, we do all sorts of other really positive things, the damage to the fruit and then the waste is also substantial. So it is a balance. I think we've already mentioned about sustainable plastics, and again, go and have a look at the bottom of the back. That is there, and we are finding as an industry, you will find very small amounts of biodegradable plastic, but it is currently, in terms of what's food grade safe, it is very, very expensive. And also, to give you another little challenge as well, is that as consumers and as an industry, you will see there's one, what phrase did I use before? Oh, one of your favorite retailers, that's the phrase I used, is actually moved quite a lot of their fresh produce to loose for the first time in a long time. The change between, let's say, the UK and the US is that a lot of the Produce in the UK, about 65–70% of it is pre-packed in some way. That's quite different to the US and many other countries. So whichever way we want to go, but I think we do it to protect and keep the product safe, but at the same time, the losses in store that the UK retailers are finding is considerable when we move from pre-packed to loose.
Any more for any more? Yes.
Thank you. So what's the next, well, I would say, what's the next big challenge, big technical challenge in fruit packing industry? So that you think actually needs extensive R&D, for example?
Start with a joke, but we'll work on a research project together and see what the next research problem might be on the robotic side. We've got obviously multiple, and I know the people more capable than me to answer this as well. There are multiple challenges with regards. It's not about challenges of automating. It's not replacing people as well and automating those. It's how do we take this system, which is currently in an industrial format, and how do we make it more commoditized? How do we look at taking this system and potentially take it into different environments? So this is right now in a pack house environment. In the US, we're also looking into getting into packing sheds, which is effectively a shed right at the end of the harvest, open in the field, and obviously it's not British weather, so it doesn't rain, or it's very predictable when it rains, so you can have robots sitting there. So there are other of those things, but also going into different environments is what we are looking at as well, and how do we take this technology. The other thing which is completely separate to this is that there are individual components within the system behind me which can be utilized and integrated separately for different applications within fresh produce. You can take the vision system and look at that as only a quality check system, a very low cost, very fast and quick. As you've seen the weight checks and stuff, you can use that as a standalone system as well for different applications. That's one of the other things as well we are looking at. So I don't know, Jesse, you want to take this?
I think in terms of technical challenges, the engine, the AI behind it is probably the biggest challenge. So if you're in, say, 13 pack houses, everybody's sourcing from slightly different places, and you pull together and you have to train and deploy really rapidly, the guys will tell you it's really, really difficult. That probably is the biggest technical challenge. But adoption, really convincing somebody who has done this for the past 55 years in a very specific way to change from how they're doing it in order for their businesses to survive is probably what I would call the biggest technical challenge. Because a lot of these things you could solve and iterate and get really better. Some of our models are really as close to sort of 95, 97% as we can. It's very difficult to push it past that, but at that point, it's really commercially ready. So in those terms of technicalities, I think there are very few challenges to solve, but it's an adoption, a problem of the mind. People are really stuck in our ways. And I think that is probably the biggest sort of hurdle as it stands.
Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. And thank you to everyone. I think we'll leave it there, but the night isn't finished. You can still go and have a look at the robots and have a play. And
we have the robots ready. If you want a special demo, you want to see something you didn't see properly, didn't understand, the guys are there in the back with the vision system. They're here with the robots. I'm taking Alfie's job, but yeah.
Go for it.
Are we really here to just give you really one-on-one personal close touch for you to understand that we didn't trick you, it's real.
It's great. It's worth going for a close-up look. I know there's some children here, and it's a work night. Thank you very much for coming along and staying as long as you have. But by all means, hang around, go to the exhibits, and carry on chatting to people on a one-on-one. Well, thank you very much, and thank you to everyone who's travelled to be here, especially from America or Asia. Thank you very much.